May I have your attention, please? Just small administrative announcement. Our apologies to those who didn't receive the updated program because Foreign Minister couldn't make it. So we delayed our start of the program, not to disturb the rest of the panels. So those who had the old program, and our apologies that we couldn't share with you the updated program, will start at 10:25 sharp. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum and good morning to you all. Before we begin, I request that everybody please keep their cell phones on silent. Thank you. I am Anas Yamin, student of BS International Relations, second semester. I welcome you all to our flagship annual conference on national security. This third conference in the series is themed around multi-sectoral security challenges. Let's begin the day with recitation from the Holy Quran. I will invite Fatma Sheherbano for recitation.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. يا أيها الذين آمنوا إذا قيل لكم تفسحوا في المجالس فافسحوا يفسح الله لكم وإذا قيل انشزوا فانشزوا يرفع الله الذين آمنوا منكم والذين أوتوا العلم درجات والله بما تعملون خبير. O you who have believed, when you are told space yourselves in assemblies, then make space. Allah will make space for you. And when you are told arise, then arise. Allah will raise those who have believed among you and those who were given knowledge by degrees. And Allah is aware of what you do. Sadaqallahu al-Azim.
Jazakallah. To introduce today's event, I would like to invite the Dean, Faculty of Aerospace and Strategic Studies, Dr. Adil Sultan.
Welcome to our third annual conference on multi-sectoral security challenges, hosted by Faculty of Aerospace and Strategic Studies, Islamabad.
I'm Aiza Azam, and I'll be moderating our first panel with Ms. Elizabeth Relkut, Ambassador Azaz Chaudhry, and Ambassador Zamira.
This is Dr. Afsakazi, and I will be moderating panel 2 for the conference. And the speakers in my panel are Dr. Adil Sultan, Dr. Zunaira Jalil, and Dr. Naeem Sadiq.
Hi, I'm Aisha Malik, and I will be your moderator for the first panel, where I will be speaking to Dr. SALMA Malik, Air Commodore TAUSEEF, and Aaron Weinstein.
You must have seen us on Twitter, where we will be tweeting about the conference throughout the day.
One more thing, we have interactive sessions planned, so make sure to prepare your questions.
Come join us. We have food downstairs. Make friends, connect, and have fun.
So this was a brainy idea of our young students to start the conference with energy. Assalamu alaikum and good morning to all the participants of today's conference. The Vice Chancellor at University, Air Marshal Javed Ahmed, distinguished guests, dear students, it is indeed a great pleasure to see such a large number of participants in this year's conference that is being hosted by the Faculty of Aerospace and Strategic Studies. This is the third annual conference for our very young department, and we are very happy to see all of you joining us to discuss and develop better understanding of Pakistan's multi-sectoral security challenges, which include both traditional as well as non-traditional security issues. I'm grateful to all the speakers from Pakistan and Washington, D.C., who consented to join today's event and agreed to share their views on the conference sub-themes. I'm sure that the discussion will prove to be of immense value for our collective learning, especially for the next generation of scholars and leaders who are present here today. This year's conference is modeled on an interactive discussion, where our speakers would be requested to offer brief comments for about 10 minutes each, so as to provide maximum time for the audience to indulge in the follow-up discussions and share their perspectives as well. This, we believe, would make the event more inclusive and interesting, with each one of you going back with some takeaways and a sense of fulfillment from this conference today. The conference has 3 sub-themes. The first session would delve into various regional crises that include the ongoing Palestine-Israel conflict, the Russia-Ukraine war, and the uncertain future of Afghanistan. Second session would deal with the emerging technologies such as cyber, the future of drone warfare, and how some of the emerging technologies could potentially impact the future of nuclear deterrence. Finally, the third session would deal with the ongoing debate on geopolitics versus geoeconomics, food security, and non-traditional security threats to the regional developments. Ladies and gentlemen, let me take this opportunity to briefly introduce our department and where we intend going in the future. The Faculty of Aerospace and Strategic Studies was established in 2018 and was offering only MS Strategic Studies program at the beginning. The department's mandate and scope were reviewed in 2020 under the guidance of the Vice Chancellor, and a new discipline of BS International Relations was introduced in fall 2021. Within a short period of 2 years, the strength of our students increased from a few in MS Strategic Studies program to over 170, and 2 new programs of BS International Relations and BS Strategic Studies were added. This number is likely to grow further after the introduction of BS Strategic Studies program that we intend to launch in the forthcoming semester, starting in the spring of 2024. By next fall, we are aiming to complete the 2 separate streams of IR and Strategic Studies specialization starting from BS, MS to PhD. Looking at these statistics, this is a phenomenal growth in terms of numbers and disciplines. We owe this success to the support provided by the Vice Chancellor in helping transform the department into one of the most vibrant and fastest expanding entity at the Air University. I must also take this opportunity to acknowledge that this progress could not have been possible without the efforts of our faculty members, who continue to strive for excellence in imparting quality education and by introducing innovative ideas to enhance students' overall learning experience. At FAS, we emphasize our students to remain abreast with the contemporary debates, besides the knowledge gained from traditional modes of learning. To achieve this objective, we frequently organize conferences, seminars, guest lectures, and other academic activities that could equip our students with the latest debates on political and technological issues that are shaping international security environment. Just to provide a brief overview, over the past 3 years, PAS organized 2 international and 1 national conference, and this is the 3rd international conference. We also organized 12 seminars, webinars, roundtable events, 3 workshops, 1 internship program for the youngsters, for participants from different universities and from our own university, over 20 in-person guest lectures by international and national speakers, and over 10 educational and recreational trips for the students. This all requires significant planning and effort on the part of the faculty members, but is also rewarding when we see our students benefiting greatly from such activities. Ladies and gentlemen, we believe that for our students to compete in the fast-shrinking global job market, we will have to tailor our teaching modules as per the contemporary trends, where specialization in a particular field may no longer be sufficient to become a successful professional. In fact, the next generation of IR experts and strategists need to be conversant with the latest technological innovations and new modes of learning to succeed in their futures. Based on this philosophy, we have included courses in our IR and SS disciplines that deal with climate security, economic security, emerging technologies such as cyber, AI, etc., besides the essential course modules. These tailored modules are in line with the international best practices, and we are hopeful that the knowledge gained here would equip our students to compete with their contemporaries anywhere in the world. Traditionally, IR and SS strategic studies graduates in Pakistan prefer to compete for civil services exam and join the bureaucratic cadres. While it remains a personal choice of each of our students to explore their interest and pursue careers accordingly, but there are several other options where the students can make their careers, such as becoming strategic analysts in the big business houses, international organizations such as United Nations and its associated organs, media anchors and analysts, researchers in local and international think tanks, non-government organizations working on broad spectrum of security issues like climate security, economic security, poverty alleviation, disaster management, etc. These are just the guidelines that may be of interest for many of you. But the way cross-disciplinary work is gaining traction at the global level, it would be useful for each one of you to be as creative as possible so that you are able to develop your own niche and remain less dependent on traditional job markets. Before I conclude, let me thank Vice Chancellor once again, sir, and the University Administration for their continued support for helping us organize this conference. I'm grateful to my FAST team, including the faculty members, as well as the wonderful and vibrant students, for their hard work to make this event happen. I wish you a productive and a very enlightening day of discussions over the next few hours. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, the Vice Chancellor, AHED University, has honored us with his presence, which always encourages us to do better. Before inviting him to deliver his welcome remarks, let me introduce him for the audience. Air Marshal retired Javed Ahmed, Hilala-e-Imtiaz Military, holds a Master's in Defense and Strategic Studies from Air War College, and a Master's in War Studies from National Defense University. During 40 years of his service as a fighter pilot with Pakistan Air Force, the Air Marshal flew several fighter aircrafts and served in senior command and staff assignments. These include command of the prestigious Combat Commanders School and Operational Base, Assistant Chief of the Air Staff, Chief Project Director of the JF-17 Fighter Production Program, and Chairman Pakistan Aeronautical Complex, Kamra. After retirement, the Air Marshal served as Director Policy and Doctrine at Center for Aerospace and Strategic Security Studies, Islamabad, where his research focused on analysis of aerospace development policies, doctrine formulation, artificial intelligence developments, and implementation strategies. The Air Marshal has been associated with the AHED University since January 2020 as Vice Chancellor. So please come to the podium for delivering your welcome remarks.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Dean Faculty of Aerospace and Strategic Studies, Ambassador Azaz, our dignitaries, Elizabeth, traveling all the way from the US, reps of the think tanks, our diplomats from our diplomatic community, our students from a university and the students from the other universities who've taken on this subject. Assalamu alaikum and a very good morning. Let me first of all thank Adil for arranging this very interesting conference. Every day, once you go through the newspapers in the morning, you feel that there is a large scope in Pakistan to discuss areas of interest which affect Pakistan. And if I look at today's format, I find it very interesting because it covers three main domains. The first, which talks about what is happening at the global level, and some in our neighborhood policies which directly affect us. And then you talk of technologies, and ultimately you conclude on the theme of Pakistan. Plus, I think the format is very encouraging, in which you've just given the speakers just enough time to put forward their views and then left it to the audience to come up with the questions. I think this is a very interesting format. And in contemporary ways of studies, I think this will contribute to this large audience and all these young people who have a lot to gain from what is discussed today. I would also like to thank all our speakers who have joined us today in country and from abroad, especially Elizabeth, who's a frequent visitor to Pakistan. It is always a pleasure to listen to her, and from the Stimson Center to come and talk to us and give a perspective of how things are viewed at the international level. Closely at the topics, I think every policy, every aspect which is discussed today has some implications on Pakistan. If you talk of Afghanistan, you know, there are refugees on their way back to Afghanistan, and the Chaman border is closed and there are strikes going on in which the trade is disrupted. And there's a humanitarian aspect to what happens in Afghanistan. And yes, Afghanistan has a history of decades and trillions of dollars pumped into a country, and look where we are right now. And the same goes for Ukraine. The war is on. I don't know when it will end. There were theories in the beginning that the war is short-lived and one side is losing and the other is winning, and the industry is alive. The weapons are being pumped in, and there are areas and global disruptions which initially happened now are somewhat under control. Otherwise, we would have maybe gotten into a wheat crisis for the world community. And similarly, it's very sad to look at what happens in Palestine. There's a lot to discuss. I think the forum will come up with recommendations. It is very troubling to look at headlines every day and to find out what is going on, and a lot of humanity is affected. Talking in terms of technology and how the university is involved, I think the study of technologies and where technologies are moving is one of the core competencies of Air University. And we've tried our best to look at technology to see how it affects us. We've involved technology in our subjects, in our teaching. In cybersecurity, we already excel Pakistan. We advise the government on technologies. We advise the government on cybersecurity. We are the ones who've conducted an audit for the entire hierarchy in the government from the academia side. We were the ones who advised the government on electronic voting machines, but it didn't work. For cyber, we have trained all grade 22 and above officers in Islamabad on cybersecurity right here in this auditorium. So this is something for which we are very proud of. In terms of campuses, we already have 3 active campuses. And I think the way Adil conducts the sessions in his department, IR is set to make its place in Kamra and in the Multan campus also. And inshallah, as the South campus starts to come up, we will have ample space to maybe devote much more to what Adil is incident full of ideas. And every day he comes to me and tells me that we must have a think tank. And I tell him there are plenty in Islamabad, so use them first and then we'll talk about think tanks. But I think the department is coming up very well. The third part of the debate is something at which I would like to look very closely, and that is how all this affects Pakistan and where Pakistan stands today. And where Pakistan stands today is, I think it's a very difficult situation. We can discuss the economy at length, and we can discuss our political systems, and we can discuss the governance models and the way Pakistan, the status of democracy in Pakistan, the status of human rights in Pakistan. What is our way forward? Is our direction correct? I think the youngsters have a lot to say in this. And gone were the days when we used to find knowledge only limited to books and libraries, and we were dependent on. Now it's the knowledge and what happens in the world is in the palm of your hand. So I think today is a very interesting session. We would be very keen to look at what lessons we learn from this, and can we pass these lessons on to some of the policymakers, and will it make it to their ears or not? So that is the very aim. So I wish all of you the very best in today's conference. The university remains available to support any initiative which supports Pakistan in this auditorium. If you want our infrastructure, you want to talk to our faculties, you want to talk on technology subjects, we have 76 active programs running in the university, and we have over 1,000 graduates involved in research. So we are prepared to support any initiative which supports Pakistan right here in the university. So my very best wishes and best of luck to today's speaker, and I look forward to a very interesting session. Thank you.
Thank you for the insightful remarks, sir. This brings us to the close of our inaugural session. We will start with our first panel right away. Audience are requested to remain seated. I now hand over the proceedings to my fellow host.
Good morning, all. I am Rabia Jamil from BS International Relations, first semester. Panel 1 for today's conference is titled Emerging Regional and International Security Environment, and it will be moderated by Ms. Aiza Azam. Ms. Azam is a lecturer at the Department of International Relations and coordinator for outreach and events for Faculty of Aerospace and Strategic Studies. She is currently pursuing her PhD at FAS. Her previous experience has primarily included senior management positions at a number of research institutions in Islamabad, as well as in the corporate sector in Karachi. She has served as the vice president at the Center for Strategic and Contemporary Research in Islamabad, and as director projects and communication at Pakistan-China Institute. She is also the editor-in-chief of Strategic Foresight for Asia since 2019. Ms. Azam holds a bachelor's degree in foreign languages, including Chinese and Spanish, as well as master's and MPhil degrees in international relations. Ma'am, you are requested to take your seat as the moderator. Three distinguished speakers will enlighten us on different issues in this panel. Ms. Elizabeth Reckeld will be our first panelist. Ma'am, as I introduce you to the audience, you are requested to take your seat on the panel. Ms. Reckeld is a senior fellow and director of the South Asia program at the Stimson Center. Before joining Stimson, she served as a Foreign Service Officer with the U.S. Department of State in Islamabad and Peshawar, Pakistan, and Monterrey, Mexico. She has additional work and educational experience in China, Taiwan, the Kurdish region of northern Iraq, and Turkey. Ms. Reckeld holds an MPhil in Politics and International Relations from the University of Cambridge. Her research interests include South Asian geopolitics, ethno-nationalist conflict, and territorial disputes. She is the recipient of a Department of State Superior Honor Award and the Matilda Sinclair Award, among others. She speaks Pashto, Mandarin, and Spanish.
I am Alishba Rahman from BSIR 5th semester. Our second panelist for this session is Ambassador Retired Aizaz Ahmed Chaudhry. Ambassador Aizaz Ahmed dedicated 37 years to the Foreign Services of Pakistan and served as a Foreign Secretary from December 2013 to March 2017. He served as the Director General for Relations with South Asia. Post-retirement, he served as a Director General for the Institute of Strategic Studies, Islamabad, for over 4 years. His book, Diplomatic Footprints, is a memoir delving into the complexities of foreign policy in Pakistan. He holds a master's degree in international relations from Tufts University, Massachusetts, and a first bachelor's of science from Punjab University, Lahore. He is currently serving as the chairman, Sanobar Institute, Islamabad. Sir, you are requested to join the panel, please. Ambassador Retired Zamir Akram is our third speaker on this panel. Ambassador Retired Zamir Akram is currently the advisor to the Strategic Plans Division, Government of Pakistan. He joined the Foreign Services of Pakistan in 1978 and served in the former Soviet Union, India, and United States twice. He has dealt with key issues including Afghanistan, nuclear proliferation, arms control and disarmament, disaster response and recovery, UN reforms, human rights, and counterterrorism in his career. He holds a master's degree in international relations from London School of Economics and Political Science. Sir, I request you to take your seat on the panel. Okay. With this, I hand over the proceedings to our panel moderator, Ms. Aiza Azam.
Thank you, Alishba. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Thank you so much. Am I audible? All right. So as Dr. Adil mentioned, Ambassador Zamir Akram will be joining us shortly. So I'll just do a quick introduction of the panel that we have on hand. And I'm sure that as most of you have already seen the program, you've seen our intense social media campaign, so you're already familiar with what format we have in mind, what themes we have in mind. Just to reiterate, for every panel, we're asking our speakers to take 10 minutes to give us their remarks, their initial thoughts on the subject. I'm told that Ambassador Aizaz also has a brief presentation for us, so we'll also take that into account. And then after that, because we want to keep most of this an interactive session, we have a full audience, which is always exciting because we know there's going to be a big lineup of questions. So once we're done with the speaker's remarks, I'll also share with you instructions for how we'd like to conduct the session. And everybody will have an opportunity to ask their questions. That's our objective. That's what we're aiming for. Assalamu alaikum, sir. Welcome. Welcome, Ambassador Zamir. So just very quickly, and of course, I will not take a lot of time because I want us to hear most of this from our speakers. So the panel that we have, the one that we're starting off with today, Emerging Regional and International Security Environment. If you look around you, the velocity at which the state of world affairs is reshaping global politics is truly mind-boggling. And at its core lie the dynamics of relations between major powers and great powers, their competition, and the complex web of regional alliances that each of them lay claim to. So engagement between regional and extra-regional actors determines the state of global political, socio-economic, and military security. And it also serves as a driver both for international conflict and also for cooperation. Essentially, what we want to address with this panel, we want to look at the impact of all of these power shifts that are occurring, what is causing them, what their impact is, how they will shape global geopolitics moving forward. And we do this by looking at 3 conflicts in particular and their implications for strategic stability. So to begin, I'm going to ask Ms. Elizabeth Frelkelt, and she will be giving us her remarks on the future of Afghanistan, implications for regional stability.
All right, am I audible? Can you all hear me? Wonderful. It really is a pleasure to be here this morning. Many thanks to Air University, Mr. Vice Chancellor, of course, to Dr. Adil Sultan. Thank you so much for having me. It really is a pleasure to be back at Air University. I was last here in September of last year, and that visit was a highlight of my trip, simply because of the energy from all of the students. You all are doing amazing things here, and I really look forward to being on the hot seat this morning, which I'm sure I will be. So I will do my best to follow instructions and keep these remarks very brief. I do think it's a good time to reflect on the situation in Afghanistan, not just for Afghanistan proper, but also for implications for the broader region. So I appreciate the framing of this panel. Overall, I will make the case in three different areas that I think we seem to have reached a bit of an equilibrium in Afghanistan, if an unsatisfying one. But I think there are some warning lights starting to flash across the board that I want to highlight that could lead to a bit more in the way of challenges down the road. And unfortunately, particularly challenges impacting Pakistan, as we're already starting to see. So since the US withdrawal and Taliban takeover in August of 2021, one thing that we haven't seen that I think is notable and was certainly not assured is the lack of a viable challenger to the Taliban right now. There isn't one. The Taliban has consolidated control in Afghanistan. The groups that were in opposition certainly are active, but there doesn't really seem to be a cohesive opposition within the country or indeed abroad necessarily. And so that is a factor to keep in mind when we're thinking through the counterfactual of how this could have developed. Yes, there are deeply concerning restrictions on the rights of women and girls in Afghanistan, as well as a lack of inclusivity in the Taliban's governance arrangements. And I think over time, one of the lessons that we can take from history in Afghanistan is that inclusivity is important for long-term stability. We've seen time and again, including perhaps in the example of the Republic and the exclusion of the Taliban from the Bonn process, that over time, you are more likely to have a stable outcome if you have a bigger tent in Afghanistan. And I haven't seen that really being taken into account. There are far fewer security incidents within Afghanistan than there were prior to August of 2021. That's not something to discount. And I think the other factor that has contributed to the relative stability that we've seen over the past couple of years is that the region and indeed the major players are genuinely united in wanting a stable outcome. We haven't seen the sort of spoiler activity that was so challenging in the pre-August 21 era. And I think even though we might differ on the specifics, for example, of which groups the Taliban should prioritize, that unanimity of focus of looking for a stable outcome in Afghanistan, looking for a regional approach, not having seen at least de jure recognition, again, wasn't something that was assured in the post-August 21 environment. And so we should bear that in mind. So having laid that out, I'm going to go through those three factors that I suggested are worth watching going forward to see whether this stability seems likely to hold. The first one is this notion of geopolitical competition. We are in an era of great power competition, right? The US-China rivalry, Russia in the mix as well, dominating headlines, certainly in Washington and more broad. I think from the Taliban's perspective, they seem to be managing relations relatively well within the region, with the notable exception of Pakistan, as we've seen play out over the last month. Deepening ties with China. We've the now Chinese ambassador to Kabul presented his credentials, and just in the news in the last couple of days, a Taliban ambassador has emerged in Beijing. That is the furthest that we have seen any country get in terms of approaching formal recognition. So I think there's a question to be asked in terms of where the line between de facto and de jure is, the extent that it matters. But what we're not seeing is what some had predicted, particularly in conversations that I had with colleagues in Pakistan soon after the takeover, where Afghanistan would emerge as kind of this blank spot on the chessboard, and the US and China would be duking it out over Afghanistan in some sort of geopolitical competition. I haven't seen that. I think the assessment that China would rush in and take advantage of the US's exit haven't really been borne out when you look at the actual numbers of investments, of business deals. Yes, there's been some MOUs. A lot of them are actually re-articulations of MOUs that had been formalized under the previous government. So it's been slow to get started. I think China has adopted a cautious approach when it comes to its investment in Afghanistan. I had the pleasure of hosting a special representative for Afghanistan, Tom West, at the Stimson Center back in September. And I asked him a question about kind of how the US views China's activities in Afghanistan. And I'll quote, he says, "I have no objection to a greater Chinese economic intervention, and I also do not forecast that one will be forthcoming." So message from Washington seems to be, this doesn't feel like a space where we see Afghanistan in light of geopolitical competition. And I think that's a really positive thing in terms of longer term stability. On the India side, they have a technical team in Kabul and recently just announced that the Republic Era Embassy in Delhi was closing. So the reason that I say I think it's worth watching the geopolitical picture is that we've been able to, within the international community, to hold this consensus against recognition for the last couple of years. I wonder how long that's going to last as we see different players moving closer and closer to that. And so there could be, in the near future, more of a challenge of maintaining that unanimity, particularly if the situation in Afghanistan becomes more challenging in other respects. On the security side, I know that this is a particular challenge when it comes to Pakistan, and we've seen a significant increase in attacks, nearly 3,000 Pakistani fatalities since August of 21 from attacks by the TTP. I was just seeing in the newspaper percentage attacks year on year for October were really concerning, especially in parts of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. And those are worrying trend lines. As I look at this issue structurally as an analyst, I think Pakistan's expectations, or at least the expectations among some in the strategic community here, were that having, given support to the Taliban for the past 20 years, that this would actually be a way of ensuring Pakistan's security and stability in a post-2021 environment. The challenge is, as I see it, the Afghan Taliban is using the TTP as a necessary outlet in some respects, because the other alternative for example, fighters who realize that they are less content being district administrators and actually, want to get back to the battlefield, there is a risk that they will defect to a group like ISK, which is opposed to the Taliban and considered a threat. And so in that respect, it's actually useful to have the TTP as an outlet for some of those fighters. Of course, there are also longstanding frustrations within the Afghan Taliban against Pakistan. Despite that longstanding support, there was an element of control, and that is resented. And so in this position where the Taliban feels itself being ascendant, there's less of a compulsion to be neighborly, shall we say. And of course, there's an ideological alignment. We can't counteract that. And we can't overlook it, I think, the extent to which those two groups are aligned. And what I think we've seen in terms of Pakistan's options in response, they're not a lot of good ones. And from my perspective, unfortunately, the current policies, including the return of refugees to Afghanistan, risk making the situation worse, because those are, communities of people that have been hosted for a great deal of time here in Pakistan, to Pakistan's credit. And while, yes, of course, at a certain point, there was always going to be an end date, to an extent, it reminds me of the critiques of the US exit from Afghanistan, that how you do it matters, and that this is coming right now in the current environment with the messaging that we're seeing. To my mind, at risk creating enemies where you needn't, and that I think is unfortunate. Pakistan more broadly seems to be caught between carrots and sticks right now, still recognizing the importance of engagement, You can't change neighbors, right? So you have to talk to them, the messaging that we've been seeing, but looking more at this approach of sticks. How do you use leverage? How do you coerce? And the challenge from Pakistan's standpoint, Chaman border, for example, closure, that's kind of been a constant when an attack happens or there's frustration, the border gets closed off. But if that only alienates the groups on the other side, then you're in a really challenging situation of trying to find that right balance. Likewise, the negotiations process did not bear fruit, seems to have backfired in various ways. But under the current circumstances, I don't know that going back to the table would elicit a different result at this point. And I don't think that there is an appetite right there or right at the current moment to do that. And just on the security factors alone, with what we're seem to be seeing the TTP borrowing and copying from the Afghan Taliban's playbook in Afghanistan proper in terms of setting up their own shadow administrations across former Fatah, parts of KP beyond it, within Balochistan as well, and indeed into Punjab and other parts of Pakistan. I think the warning lights are certainly flashing there. And unfortunately, I haven't seen a lot of good options that Pakistan has. And like I say, I think the return of the refugees risks making things worse. Briefly on economics, I have been surprised, I will say as an analyst, the extent to which the Taliban have been able to eke out some economic stability in Afghanistan. I think the concern, though, is how much of that is founded on support from the international community in terms of humanitarian assistance. The U.S. has been the largest humanitarian donor post August 21, has put in $2 billion to support the grave humanitarian needs in Afghanistan. That's not sustainable, though. The international humanitarian support that we are seeing right now is on the decline. This was something that I also talked about with Tom West. And I think there is a need to look at expanding the ambit from pure humanitarian need into a broader scope of livelihood support, to bring in the private sector, to do these more challenging economic interventions that it would allow Afghanistan's economy to come off of life support. With that, though, you're also seeing the challenge of, with these returnees, the remittances that they were providing from Pakistan to Afghanistan have been another significant source of support for Afghanistan. That will dry up to an extent with the ban on poppy cultivation that the Taliban have been enforcing. That's going to be another source of livelihoods, granted illicit source of livelihoods, but for those farmers in Afghanistan that are no longer able to grow those crops, if they don't have a viable replacement, it raises questions again about how they're going to support themselves and their families. And then I also want to point just briefly here to, in terms of going forward, where I think we could be looking. This is still early days, but I would point you all to a document that has been released from the United Nations. Over the course of the last several months, there's been an independent assessment ongoing, looking at kind of an audit of how the international community has been approaching engagement with Afghanistan. That just came out on November the 17th. It's available online. And basically what it finds, and I will quote here at a bit of length if you'll indulge me, the consultations have in line that the status quo of international engagement is not working. It does not serve the humanitarian, economic, political, or social needs of the Afghan people, nor does it sufficiently address the leading priorities and concerns expressed by international stakeholders, including the neighboring countries. A method of engagement is required that learns from previous efforts, focuses on the need of the Afghan people, that acknowledges the political realities in Afghanistan today. And so that's a pretty serious critique. What this says in a nutshell is that we need a more structured political process, and proposes the creation of UN special envoy that would be in lead on Afghanistan, a continuation of what's called the large group format, which was first debuted back in May, and the creation of a smaller contact group of countries within that large group format to take things forward. That feels like a reasonable approach from my perspective. I'll be curious to see the politics of all of this, where this goes, but it does feel like we're in a moment right now where the international community is taking a look at what's been done, what we need to do going forward. And I think a more structured approach through the UN is where we're likely to land. So I'll leave it there. Thank you so much and look forward to questions.
Thank you, Elizabeth, for your remarks. And I appreciate that you kept them brief. Once again, of course, because the reason that we're keeping the remarks of the panelists brief is a reminder, because we want to have more of an interactive discussion. But I think even if there's some leeway, that's good, because I can see it's already given them food for thought, and I see them scribbling down their questions as well. So we'll begin. Our second talk is by Ambassador Izaz Chaudhry on the Palestine-Israel war. Is it an ideological or a political conflict? Can we please queue up the presentation? Ready? All right, so this is it. So
all right, thank you. My first word must be of profound thanks to Vice Chancellor Air Marshal Javed Ahmed, and also to Dr. Adil Sultan, who has an endless spirit to do work for our country, for Pakistan Air Force, and for this institution. I was a bit tempted to speak more on Afghanistan after Elizabeth has raised so many very valid points, just because it affects Pakistan so much, but I'll stick to the role assigned to me. And speak on this topic. Now, I'll stick to the 10 minutes. I just used it to display certain maps. The question posed to me is the conflict an ideological or political conflict? I would say that it is an ideological conflict. I would say it is also a political conflict. And should I say it is also a territorial conflict. So let me illustrate. Can you move to the next slide, please? This is the map. There are many maps which are in circulation. I've used the political geography map. This is updated as of last month. In this one, you can clearly see that this is one territory of Palestine which now has two inhabitants, Palestinians and Israelis. And somehow Palestinians have been restricted to West Bank and Gaza Strip, and Israelis occupied most of the territory. So both these communities stake their claim to this land. So it's one land, two claimants, and both cite their ancestral history to claim this land. Next slide, please. It is also a political one. Now, this map is a product of the UN Resolution 181 of 1947, when it was decided that there will be two states, Palestine and Israel, in this territory called Palestine at that time. And this was a product of the geopolitics of the time. You would recall that after the dissolution of Ottoman Empire, in 2017, Britain, which was given the UN mandate for Palestine, had proposed through Balfour Declaration that Jews of Europe be settled for a homeland in Palestine, and they started moving there. So it was in 1947, again, it was Britain which took the matter to the United Nations, which decided that there will be two states and an international personality for Jerusalem. So this is the map that represents, and as you can say, this has been cleverly designed at that time to make both states sort of contiguous with each other and more or less equally divided. But as you can see, Israel has not abided by that resolution either, or subsequent resolutions calling for two-state solution, and has full support of Britain as well as the United States. Now, the next slide, please. This is a map of Jerusalem city, an old city of Jerusalem. And as you can see, there is a Muslim quarter, there is a Christian quarter, there is a Jewish quarter, and there are holy places for the adherents of all three religions. For Muslims, Al-Aqsa Mosque is a holy place. It was Qibla Awwal. And so you can also see that there is a strong ideological dimension to this. So that is why I said that it's a complex issue which has political, territorial, and ideological dimensions. Next question, please. Now, we are all very saddened by what's happening in Gaza, and there have been a lot of discussion and write-ups in papers. Why has the peace been so elusive so far? And why did Hamas attack Israel on 7th October? Why is Israel's response so disproportionate? Is there enough pressure on Israel to accept a ceasefire? Now, I've written 2 articles on this, discussing these, but there's no time for me to discuss these, maybe in the question answer session. Next slide, please. For this particular session, which is assessing the regional and international security environment and how it is impacting geopolitics of today, I have used this slide to raise a few points. My sense is that the biggest casualty of what happened since the Hamas attack of October 7 and Israel's response is that Arab-Israel normalization process, which was underway, has been disrupted or at least delayed considerably. The second impact that I see is that United States' position seemed to be it is losing ground in the Middle East, and the vacuum might actually be filled by China. As you would recall, Arab and Muslim foreign ministers had recently visited Beijing and requested China to play a more active role. Even now, when we hear the news like US trying to persuade countries like Egypt and Jordan to accept more Palestinian refugees moving out, that is viewed with great skepticism by the people because they feel that you are now supporting the Israeli ambition of greater Israel and removing and eliminating all the Palestinians from there. The third impact I see is that Arab and Muslim world both have been sort of exposed for not being able to assert what they believe in. They have supported the Palestinian cause all along, but somehow now they don't want to take any step further than what they have been doing. And same is the case for United Nations, which has adopted scores of resolutions, but is not able to implement any of those resolutions, particularly on the 2-state solution. Next slide. A few words here. Of course, we'll have a considerable discussion on this aspect. I raised a number of questions. There are several more I would have liked to raise. But my sense is that in Pakistan, there's a considerable grief that what is happening in Gaza is atrocious. It is such an atrocity by Israel that people of Pakistan are quite grieved about it. Pakistan has always and consistently supported the people of Palestine and their right to self-determination. A few days back, I was reading a passionate speech by Sir Zafarullah Khan, which he delivered on 7th October 1947. He was Foreign Minister of Pakistan at that time, and the debate was in the UN General Assembly. And he spoke so passionately that Palestinians have a right to create their own separate state on a land on which they have lived for millennia. And my sense is that Pakistan will probably continue to support Palestine. There have been certain questions whether Pakistan should have recognized Israel or not. There were arguments on both sides, but at the end of the day, no government in Pakistan has ditched Palestinians. They always believe that their right to self-determination is as sacrosanct as the right of Kashmiris to self-determine their destiny. So that's where I will close at the moment. We can take up the rest in the question answer session.
Thank you, sir. And in particular, some of the points that you've also highlighted, I think they'll make for a very interesting response in the Q&A, especially the points regarding the support of the Pakistani people and the Pakistani government with regards to Gaza and the issue of Palestine as well. And also how the impact on actually the way that international organizations and in particularly the Arab countries or the Muslim countries has been exposed. At least this is what the general perception we have. And I'm looking forward to a chance to delve into that further in the Q&A. Our third talk is by Ambassador Zamir Akram on the Russia-Ukraine conflict and the future world order. And I'm just going to take a second to say that I've had the pleasure of studying with him during the course of my PhD, so this is particularly interesting. Sir, please.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you first and foremost to the Vice Chancellor and to my friend Adil Sultan and to everyone here in Air University for inviting me. It's always pleasure. It's always a pleasure for me to be here. The Russian-Ukraine conflict can be seen obviously from differing perspectives. There's a Western narrative and then there's a Russian narrative. The Western narrative is that the Russians have invaded a neighboring country, that this is a case of clear-cut aggression against Ukraine, whereas the Russian narrative is that this is a war that has been imposed on Russia, that this is a fight for Russia's existential security concerns. But behind all this is a larger question of how this conflict represents, at least in my view, a transition in the global order. So let me step back and it's important for us to understand the background to this conflict. And to understand that, one has to go back to the time when Mr. Gorbachev took over the Soviet Union and wanted to implement reforms in the country, recognizing its economic difficulties, and for that reason was willing to open up towards the West, realign the relationship between the Soviet Union and the Western countries, in particular with the United States. And that was a process through which the so-called Orange Revolutions, or that started in the former Soviet satellite states of Eastern Europe, beginning with the unification of Germany. And the understanding between President Bush and Mr. Gorbachev at that time was that in return for the Soviet Union's acceptance of a unified Germany, and the emergence of democratic governments in Eastern Europe outside of the Soviet bloc, that the Americans would ensure that Soviet security would not be compromised. And in particular for the Soviets, it was important that NATO, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, would not expand eastwards towards the Soviet Union's borders, because historically for the Soviets or for the Russians, historically, they have always come under threat from the West, beginning from Napoleon's invasion and then Hitler's invasion of the Russian Soviet Union. So this was a key issue for the Soviets, and unfortunately for them, of course, this assurance that the Bush administration provided to them was not a written assurance, it was an understanding. In any event, once the Soviet Union collapsed, and there are different reasons for that, but the point is that once the Soviet Union disintegrated, the global order changed. Up to that point, the global order had been basically one of bipolarity, where the Soviet Union and the United States had dominated the international order following the end of the Cold War. Following the end of the Second World War. And so even though there was this Cold War, the point is that there was a bipolar world, which was more or less stable in a competition between the two major powers. Once the Soviet Union collapsed, the bipolar order ended, leading to what is called unipolarity or American preeminence. The US saw themselves and described themselves as the indispensable country, and also started talking about the American century. So this unipolar order was the expression through which the US sought to perpetuate its regional and global dominance, regional in Europe as well as beyond in the Asia Pacific region. So, but for today's purpose, we will focus exclusively on the European theater, although I think the Asia Pacific theater is a part of the larger question of the transformation in the international order that is underway. But in the European context, of course, the Clinton administration, then seeing the US as the unipolar power, sought to perpetuate its domination globally and in Europe in particular by the incremental expansion of NATO. And so increasingly countries of the former Eastern Bloc of Eastern Europe started being incorporated into the NATO alliance. And that obviously caused a lot of tensions for the Russians. By that time, of course, as I said, the Soviet Union had disintegrated. And it was after the rise of the Putin government, when the Russians resurged and revived their economy and rebuilt their military power, they were in a position to contest and oppose this expansion. And that eventually took place in 2014, 2015, when there was, from the Russian perspective, a Western or American-inspired regime change in Kiev, in Ukraine, and an effort to bring Ukraine into the NATO fold, which the Russians said is a red line and is simply not going to be accepted. And you have to understand that Ukraine, as compared to other parts of Eastern Europe, is more complicated. First and foremost, it was part of the Soviet Union. It also has a large ethnic Russian population. And in the southern part of Ukraine, particularly in the Black Sea, the Russians have strategic interests in terms of their Black Sea fleet and the control over that part of the strategic interests that the Russians have in that part. So in 2014, in the crisis that first erupted in 2015, the Russians took over these parts, and then eventually led to the agreement that there would be an effort for the Ukrainians and the Russians to accommodate each other's interests. This was the Minsk agreement. However, the Minsk agreement was not fully implemented, and then we saw the developments that led to the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Now, this is basically the background, but what has actually been happening is that as Russian power has resurged in Europe, they have tried to reassert their authority, they have tried to reassert their strategic geopolitical interests, and they have seen the US as a force that is trying to impose a unipolar world. US policies in the Middle East, for instance, the invasion of Afghanistan, at that point, of course, was supported by the Russians, but subsequently the influence that the US exercised in Syria, the attempted change of government there, the change of government in Libya, all of this has sent the Russians into a alliance with China primarily. And so what you have at the moment is a transition which involves the US and its NATO allies on the one hand, and Russia and China on the other hand, trying to compete with the United States and arguing that the older order, the unipolar order dominated by the United States has passed, it has ended, and that there is now a multilateral or a multipolar order which the US must accept as an equal power with the Russians and the Chinese. That broadly defines this entire struggle that's going on in Europe. And what we can say militarily, of course, is that the Ukraine war has come to a stalemate. I personally think that the Russians, to a very great extent, have demonstrated restraint because they certainly have the firepower to actually flatten the whole of Ukraine if they wanted to. But they have been restrained. They have also been restrained in the fact that the Ukrainians have received massive support from the US and from the other Western NATO countries, which from the Russian point of view, as I said before, is a threat, as they see this as an existential threat. The other grave danger is that this is actually a proxy war between two of the great powers, between the Russians and the Americans and their allies. This could be a war that can lead accidentally, if not intentionally, to the use of nuclear weapons. There is already talk of the tactical use of tactical nuclear weapons. There's been talk of using nuclear power plants as leverages, as nuclear leverage in this war. And there's also incidental efforts that, for instance, the blowing up of the Nord Stream pipeline. Who did it? At least from the Russian perspective, it was done by the US and its allies to deny the supply of Russian gas to Europe. And then, of course, there is this whole issue of sanctions on the Russians, which by and large, they have managed to overcome because of diverting their supply lines through Turkey and through other countries. And then also that the international community, by and large, except for the West and its allies in, say, Japan and Australia, in Asia, but the rest of the international community has not really fallen in line with this whole idea of condemning the Russians or even enjoining the sanctions regime. One of the great examples is, of course, India, which is an ally of the US, but at the same time has managed and continues to pursue its economic interests and defense interests with the Russians. So what it amounts to is a highly complex international order whereby there are cross-cutting interests between different countries. And for me, at least, the international order has already transitioned from a unipolar American, US-dominated unipolar world to a multipolar world in which there are not just the three major powers, the United States, Russia, and China, but also emerging powers such as India, Brazil, South Africa, and several others, Turkey, that are also playing a major role in shaping the international transformation that is taking place. It's underway. One would expect for this to stabilize would be an acceptance by the three major powers of an agreed transition through which they are able to work together to ensure global and regional stability. However, that does not seem to happen or doesn't seem to be taking place, and the conflict in Ukraine is an example of that. And I'm going to end by saying that there is a possibility that a similar sort of regional conflagration could take place in the Asia Pacific region between the United States and its allies and China, perhaps over Taiwan, or in the South China Sea. And you already have the makings of an alliance, the AUKUS and the Quadrilateral Alliance, which the Chinese view as the Asian NATO, is another area where superpower or great power confrontation can take a much more hostile character. So this is an extremely difficult period in global history and an extremely dangerous period in global history, where the three major powers are in a state of virtual conflict with each other. I'll end there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zamir. All right, so before we begin the interactive session, I'll just familiarize you. If you look towards the aisles, you will see we have two standing mics, one in each aisle. So the format that we follow here at FASS is we request you, encourage you, and in fact, we direct you to line up behind the mics if you have a question. And so, sir, for instance, you can line up behind the mic if you have a question, and then we'll take the questions in order. So we place them on both sides of the panel. When you ask your question, I'll have to request you to, one, keep it brief. We're going to abstain from making any comments because we want everybody to have an opportunity. So you can take your position up behind the mic and very quickly introduce yourself and then ask your question. And let's limit ourselves to one question to begin with so that everybody can get a chance. And while we're doing that, you can line up behind the mic. So our students know how to do this. They know the drill. Why don't we show everybody how it's done? I see Numan is already there. So, sir, to begin with, what we'll do is I'm going to take the prerogative of the moderator and I'm going to kickstart things a little bit. And I'll ask a question. So we recently had Dr. Andrei Kortunov over at FASS, and we had a discussion with him on the Russia-Ukraine conflict, on the Israel-Palestine conflict, and just in general. And he made a very interesting remark. So we were talking about whether support in the case of the Russia-Ukraine conflict, whether support for the conflict has, for the administration, for Putin's government, has it actually gone down or has it consolidated since the conflict has been underway? And his reading was that as a result of initially, while there might have been opposition within Russia to the conflict itself, but once the response of the international community, so the sanctions on Russia and the attempts to cancel Russia, it actually ended up consolidating support for Putin's decision to go to war. So I was wondering if you had any comments on that.
I would agree with that assessment. I think there has been obviously opposition to Putin, but let's remember that the Russians, like any other country, are extremely patriotic people. And let's also not forget that they have given tremendous sacrifices for their country. In the Second World War, they fought for several years almost single-handedly against the Germans. They've paid tremendous sacrifices. And once again, what they see this Ukraine war as genuinely as a direct threat to Russian territorial security interests. The majority of the Russians see it in that way. Obviously, there may be people who don't agree with that perspective, but the majority of the Russians see that, and I think they have absorbed the initial shock. They have absorbed the sacrifices that they had to make initially, and like I said, they see this as a threat to their country, and that's why, irrespective of whatever Mr. Putin's personal standing in the country, there is no doubt amongst the Russians that their national interest is at stake.
Mr. Azaz, would you like to please comment on this?
Ask this question from Ambassador Zamir Akram, but also from Elizabeth. How do they see this war ending?
So it's a great question. And I think it's a question that the international community is going to need to think through and potentially quickly. the meta question that I think we will all have to examine, and this comes down to two competing norms or interests, right? On the one hand, it has been years of fighting, and we do seem to have reached a stalemate, especially, you know, going into winter. There's not much that seemingly will be happening over the next couple of months. And looking for a way out of conflict is always an interest. But at the same time, the challenge, recognizing the different framings of this conflict, but at least from the US perspective, is this was an unwarranted invasion of a neighboring country, and there has been a longstanding norm of not recognizing territorial gains that are made by force. And so what does an end to the conflict look like if you are wary of providing recognition to what would essentially be a fait accompli territorial grab, right? Where is there room for finding a way to peace, finding a way to ending the fighting without incentivizing other similar potential territorial grabs in the future, keeping in mind the fact that, you know, as you're alluding to, this is going to be on the radar of Beijing. And if we do see a weakening of that norm of non-aggression, and increasing territorial grabs going forward, to my mind, that is a recipe for stability rather than instability. And so I think we do need some creative thinking of how we can find our way to an end to this conflict in a way that will allow the Ukrainian people to get back to their normal lives and cut short the violence, but without unintentionally incentivizing future conflict going forward.
So let me be a bit provocative. I think that this war will come to an end when the US comes to the realization or acceptance that the global order has changed and that the US needs to work with Russia and China as equal partners in a stable international order. That's when it will end. Now, how and what it will take to end? Don't think that's a big surprise. A solution had already been worked out. It's called the Minsk Agreement. When the Ukrainians, the Russians realized and recognized that they have mutual interests, Ukraine realized that it must respect the interests of ethno-Russian Ukrainians, and at the same time recognized Russia's geopolitical interests in the Black Sea and their Black Sea fleet. This was an arrangement that was there between the Russians and the Ukrainians, even before the Russians invaded and took over the southern areas of Ukraine. The Ukrainians had allowed the Russians to use the port, and the fleet was intact. So now it's also quite interesting that even at the beginning of the war, the Turks had actually managed to come to an agreement was available, but the agreement was rejected by Washington. And so now, again, as I said in the beginning, the end will come when Washington realizes that it's time to end the war and enough, and not continue to fight to the last Ukrainian and to the last Russian. That's when it will end. But the solution or the way it will end is there. As I said, is the Minsk Agreement. Revive the agreement and you will have a solution.
You were not provocative at all, but let me be provocative. What Elizabeth said, that they say two competing norms. The Russian viewpoint is that they were provoked. and their security concerns were not taken into account, and NATO was gradually brought forward eastward towards Russian borders. And the Ukrainian viewpoint is that we have a right to do whatever we want, and you cannot just simply invade and occupy a part of our territory. You have violated our territorial integrity, and this is not acceptable. So these are the two competing thoughts, if not norms. My own sense is, and I in my own articles, I have condemned this attitude, because no matter how concerned you feel, you just cannot simply invade a smaller, relatively smaller neighbor and occupy a part of its territory. Tomorrow, if India does the same, would we want the world to abstain? So therefore, I have spoken about that also. But I also feel that Russia's security concerns should have been taken into account. And what if the Americans and the Europeans were to actually do that acceptance and agree on NATO, pulling back NATO, and some kind of agreement whereby NATO will not join, will not absorb Ukraine, or Ukraine will not ask for membership of NATO. That might actually provide a basis for at least a ceasefire and then some kind of solution.
Thank you. All right. So we'll take 2-3 questions at a time, and then we can put them to the panel. So please give your name, your institution, and also to whom you're addressing your question. Thank you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum. My name is Shafkat Rasool. I am MPhil Scholar of International Relations from International Islamic University, Islamabad. So I have a question with Mr. Vedant Chaudhary Saab. So Vedant Chaudhary Saab, what do you think? What is the solution of Israel-Palestine war? Is one-state solution, two-state solution? And secondly, what do you think Pakistan historically is a very important stakeholder of Palestine-Israel war? Today is Pakistan irrelevant on this war. What do you think about it? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Numan, please ask your question.
My name is Muhammad Numan Mushtaq, and I'm a student of International Relations, 3rd semester. So my question is also directed towards Ambassador Azaz Ahmed Chaudhary. Dear sir, we see democracy failing, where millions of protesters unheard tells us that it is not the majority, but the minority that holds the power, and the democratic values trampled as freedom of speech has become a myth when an unjust crackdown is seen on anyone raising voice on the clear atrocities of Israel. Not even social media, not the mainstream media is with us. Asking the international institution seems to be a futile attempt. So let me ask, with this failing model of the liberal idea on individual, state, and international level, so is it only the guilt of Europe, which is Israel, accountable, or has the time arrived for the ones backing up Israel and its apartheid regime to be held accountable?
Thank you, Numan. And while admiring the passion that went into that, I'm going to also ask everybody to please limit your questions. Let's try to keep it to a one-liner. Okay? You can take the next question and then we'll take it to the panel.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Joseph Alam.
A little louder, please. We can't hear you.
My name is Joseph Alam, and I'm from BSIR 1st semester. My question is from Ms. Elizabeth, as she have got experience and in all the areas, and she have well educated. So in these terms of stability and peace, my question is this, Mr. Elizabeth. While the US was here in Afghanistan and since the time back then, so what role the US has played in shaping the future of Afghanistan? Because we are seeing much disputes now in Afghanistan, and provincial disputes and social disputes, economic disputes, and also the organization disputes, as we have given birth to many organizations such as Haqqani Network, such as ISK, such as TTP, that are operating from here. So as a regional concern, we have seen it that in Turkham we have Afghan Taliban, and in Chaman we have ISK, in Turkham, in Srinagar, which is the north of we have Haqqani Network. So what actually the role the US played in shaping the dynamics of Afghanistan in the future? Thank you.
Thank you, Josefa. We'll take it, sir. So we have a question for Elizabeth. We have two questions for Ambassador Azaz Chaudhry. Sir, if you would like to please start off.
Sure. Essentially, both questions are the same. What is the solution of the ongoing war in Gaza? I may be also biased as a Pakistani and would say that Israel has to agree to a ceasefire immediately without any conditions. But Israel is not going to listen to it because Israel has the full unqualified support of the United States. And that's where the problem lies, because the Palestinians do not have any backers, really. The Arabs, they are tired of having fought wars and all the resistance movement, and they are not ready to go into another war. So it's a free field that Israel is enjoying in waging this war and committing the kind of atrocities which, in my view, will come to haunt Israel for a long, long time. But Israel is also, the present government is also not without pressure. I think Netanyahu and his right-wingers are quite under pressure, getting unpopular. All the polls indicate that his approach is not being respected by the Jewish communities the world over and as well as in Israel. There is also a financial factor. I think there's a huge crunch. Somebody estimated $250 million or so per day of the war expense. So it's not that Israel will not be out without any pressure. And my hope and expectation would be that Israel must listen to the voice. It must not do to the Palestinians what it says that it was done with in the Holocaust time. So that's very, very important for Israel and the people of Israel to rise up and build that pressure, because Palestinians just don't have that kind of support that Israel enjoys. The second question was more about the liberal democratic order, whether that is the right thing to do. There are debates. You must have read articles. I remember when I was doing my master's in Tufts University, that was 1989, and the Berlin Wall had fallen, and there was a big debate, and Francis Fukuyama had written an article that this was the end of history and triumph of the liberal democratic order. But that turned out to be untrue. There were other models which came up. I guess the world has always gone through battle of ideas, and whichever idea finally wins, that carries the day for up to a point, and then some other idea comes in. These days, we can see that the challenge has come from China. You know, Chinese are following a very, very different governance system. It's a one-party system, but at the end of the day, they have achieved the same result, which is prosperity for their people, better quality of life for their people, and also considerable wealth that they have accommodated and considerable influence they are now exerting. So I think it's a very long debate. Which order is better? I would say that what Ambassador Zamir Akram had said, the world has already transitioned from a US-led unipolar order to a multipolar order. What will be the eventual shape of this new world order? Nobody really knows. It's still in transition. Thank you.
Yes.
All right, briefly on Afghanistan. So it was a little unclear whether we were looking backwards or forwards. I'll try to do both briefly. In terms of the U.S. role in shaping the CT picture in Afghanistan historically, right, this has been something that the U.S. was grappling with for 20 years from 2001 onwards. And it has been challenging. So these groups have come up, risen up, been confronted in various forums, and again are on the rise. Of course, having, I think, one of the lessons learned from the US experience that bears out in the counterinsurgency literature is how difficult it is to wage a successful counterinsurgency campaign when the group has safe haven across a border. That was the case with Taliban being supported here in Pakistan. And unfortunately, that seems to be the reverse case that we're seeing play out right now, where the TTP has gotten safe haven on the other side of the Duran line with the support of the Afghan Taliban regime in Kabul. And so I think, unfortunately, there isn't a great recipe for how you can confront that sort of challenge. The other issue right now in terms of the US perspective is, from US interest standpoint, it is those groups that, like Al-Qaeda, like ISK, are intentionally focused externally and have the potential to threaten not just the region, but also the US, as we saw on 9/11. Those are going to rise to the highest of the priorities, whereas the TTP, I think, is seen more from a regional lens. That might change depending on what happens with the TTP. But the other piece of this too is, there has been really robust CT cooperation between the US and Pakistan historically. But the US isn't on the ground in Afghanistan today. We don't have 100,000 troops across the border and all of the assets and CT functions that go along with that. And so we have been able to demonstrate through the over-the-horizon attack that took out Ayman al-Zawahiri back in July of 2022, we maintain an over-the-horizon CT capacity, but that is going to be something that is much more restricted than what we saw over the last 20 years, which again, the lesson learned, I think, is the challenge of trying to do this when there is a safe haven across the border, which that's one reason why I think it's concerning how things are going right now.
Thank you. All right. So now we'll take two questions from here and one from there. Ji, please go ahead.
My name is Fahad Abdullah. I am from NDU, BSIR. My question is, both Arabs and Pakistan moved from idea of eliminating Israel to two-state solution. In case of Pakistan, what do you think? Is it only the blind following of Arabs or the pragmatism and ground realities? Or it because Pakistan is based on similar lines as Israel, like foreign people coming to a land, inhabiting that land, and then forming a new state claiming their inherent right? Although a number of years or centuries give an excuse to Pakistan. What is your take on this?
All right. Thank you. Adil, please go ahead.
Greetings to the dignitaries. My name is Adil Azimi from Air University, BSIR second semester. I would like to have comments of Ambassador Zamir Akram and Azaz Chaudhry on how is Ukraine supporting Israel when they blame Russia for targeting their children and families? How is Israel any different from that?
Good. All right. Kurutalan, please go ahead.
Assalamualaikum and hello. My name is Kurutalan Sadiq. I'm from BS International Relations fourth semester in Air University. My question is directed towards Ambassador Azaz Ahmed and Ms. Elizabeth. My question is, why do you think the United States advocacy has been so paradoxical in cases of Ukraine and Palestine when both conflicts have been claimed to start as a result of a stimulus, that is NATO's eastward expansion and Hamas's attack on the 7th of October? The only difference being the Palestinian suffering dates back to decades. Thank you.
Supporting Israel, given what they are doing in this conflict?
Well, I don't think there's any big surprise there. The Ukrainians are supporting the Israelis because the Ukrainians are part of the American camp, if you will. They are part of the Western view of what is the reality in the Middle East. They are fully supportive as part of the Western camp of the Israeli policies and of Israel as a state. So it's not surprising at all that the Ukrainians are supporting the Israelis.
Ambassador Azaz, please.
The question about Pakistan, whether Pakistan is relevant to the Palestine crisis or not. I think this was a similar question was asked earlier. Pakistan has been a strong voice of support for the rights of Palestinians to create their own state, to determine their own political destiny. And that has not changed. And I am very happy that it has not changed, because that means that Pakistan has stood for principles. And these principles are not just for Palestine. I think we stood for this principle of non-intervention, non-interference, aggression, even throughout the Arab Spring, which became Arab Winters. Pakistan did not. For instance, Pakistan had its friends on both sides of the aisle in Syria. But we never pulled back our ambassador from Damascus because we believe that regime change by using external forces not not something. So Pakistan has stood by principles. I'm happy about it that whether Pakistan remains relevant anymore, I think you might be referring to that Pakistan has not been included in that delegation of Arab and foreign ministers which went to Beijing. I think Pakistan has lost considerable space because of its political instability and economic weakness. And that's a sterling call for our people to pull ourselves up and bring back, if you want to really bring back your relevance to not only Palestine issue, but to the rest of the world or to South Asia, we'll have to put our own house in order. There are no two views about it. But on Palestine, I think Pakistan's support has been steadfast, it's principled, and it should stay so.
Please. Sure. So I think I'll actually refer back to Ambassador Zamir Akram's comments here in terms of how we see the narratives of the origin of these conflicts, because that matters, right? From the US perspective, as I see it, I should say, I am an analyst of South Asia, so happy to discuss geopolitics, but my expertise is in the region. But I see the through line here as both sides having the right to defend themselves after an aggression. So as we were talking about before, the US perspective on the war in Ukraine is that Russia launched an invasion against a smaller neighbor, and that the Ukrainians have a right of self-defense. Similarly, after the attack on October the 7th, that the Israelis have the right of self-defense against Hamas. I recognize that it is a deeply emotional issue and that the way that that self-defense takes place matters, but that is the through line. And I think that narrative and where you stand depends on where you sit, really comes into play here. So I hope that's helpful.
Just to add to this, that Israel has a right to self-defense against what Hamas did on 7th October. But my sense is that that action did not take place in a vacuum. The words that I borrow from UN Secretary General, they were pushed to the wall. I mean, they can't leave anywhere. They can't go to the sea. They can't go into the air. They're just trapped, and they're trapped. And if you are trapped, just imagine what will happen to you. And therefore, when years and years of bombing happens, then they have to react. And resistance under international law is also allowed.
Well, I endorse what Azaz has said. I also want to add that the Ukrainian-Russian war and the Hamas or Palestinian conflict with the Israelis are not comparable at all. Here, in the case of Ukraine and Russia, you have two organized armies fighting against each other. In the case of Ukraine, it is heavily assisted, armed, and equipped by a vast alliance system, NATO, and the whole network of military support that is being given to the Ukrainians against Russia. Now, here in the case of the Palestinians, first and foremost, as I agree with what Azaz said, that this has not happened in a vacuum. This has happened after decades of repression of the Palestinians by the Israelis, which has been an illegal occupation and in violation of United Nations resolutions. Number one. Number two, the Hamas or the Palestinians are defenseless. No one is supporting them. I mean, perhaps maybe the Iranians are supplying some weapons, but that's like a trickle. It's just like a small drop in the ocean as compared to the massive support that the Israelis are getting from the United States, almost $500 to $600 million weapons have already been supplied to this country. The Hamas or the Palestinians do not have an army, they do not have an air force, they do not have a navy, and they are being subjected to continuous bombardment by the Israelis through the air, through the sea, and on the ground. This is an unequal war. This is not comparable at all to what you can call is the Russian-Ukraine conflict and what is happening in Palestine. It's completely different. This is a massacre. There's no other word for it. The Israelis are engaged in unmitigated massacre of the Palestinians. And to compare this to the war in Ukraine is completely off the mark.
All right, we'll take a few more questions from the aisles, but before I get to you, just a quick note, I'm also willing to entertain questions from the first 2-3 rows of senior individuals we have. I won't request you to line up behind the mics. We do have a roving mic available, but first we'll take our questions from the aisle. Ji, please go ahead, introduce yourself.
My name is Akbar Azhar. I'm from Bahrain University and I'm doing Bachelor's in International Relations. First, I'd like to thank my fellow students of Bahrain to welcome us to join and learn. Then I have two questions actually. First is from Ms. Elizabeth. It's regarding what is your thoughts on the struggles of Pakistani policymakers regarding the economic cooperation with Afghanistan. On one hand, this economic partnership could benefit both countries. On the other hand, this economic empowerment that will strengthen the Taliban government, which will potentially fuel the separatist movements that's happening in our country. I have one more question, and it is from Sir Samir Ahmed, and it's regarding if we see the regions, another region that is same to Eastern Europe is Central Asia in history or being a colony of USSR, and considering like a a domain background of Russia right now. Do you see that similar issues can rise, similar conflict can rise in Central Asia, since like other influence like Cynic or Chinese and Western influence are rising in that region? Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Ji, please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Maya Ali. I'm also from Bahrain University, IR student. I have a question for Ms. Elizabeth. You talked about the need for an international community working together to bring economic stability to Afghanistan, but how willing would be the Taliban towards this help from the international community, since most of their fight was against the Western powers and their influences? And for Ambassador Chaudhry, if you could please touch on a scenario, for example, where Israel wins against their supposed war against Palestine, and what would that actually mean for the Arab world in itself and the surrounding areas as well? Thank you.
Thank you. Ji, Aisha, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Rabia Jamil from BS International Relations first semester. Can the Israel-Palestine conflict be accurately characterized as a form of apartheid? And how does this label impact international perceptions and potential resolutions? Also, to what extent does this international boycott and sanctions movement contribute to the resolution of the conflict, or does it just increase the tension?
All right. We'll just take one more questions because there's some overlap. Ji, please go ahead.
Assalamu alaikum. I am Nagin Ashraf from SPIR Quaid-e-Azam University. I have a question from Sir Azaz. Sir, my question is that since we have seen massive protests in support of Palestine throughout the world, so do you think that Israel has been losing a war of narratives at global level? And if so, do you think that it will impact the trajectory of this conflict? Yeah, you think that it's just another wave which will fade away over time? Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. We could.
Excuse me, Isa, right here. Sorry, I just, because I have a question that was very similar to the girl who asked this, so I just thought I'd add on.
Please introduce yourself also.
Yeah. My name is Rana. I'm not a student. I'm from external audience, graduate of LUMS, and a recent, I've done recently masters from University of Sydney in Australia. So my question is also to Elizabeth, and you mentioned a recommendation probably of introducing a special UN envoy in Afghanistan. So in the background of all that's happening in the world right now, where I think Ambassador Azaz also accurately mentioned that UN's relevance, or rather, effectiveness is, has been, it's doubtful now. Do you really think that that thing can work within Afghanistan, and why would it? Also, just a very little question from Ambassador Azaz also. So there are two camps, so to say. There are people who are supporting Israel right now, and then there are people who are supporting Palestine. Well, I've just seen, and you also were very apologetic in your, addressing the issue. You said, I may be biased because of being a Pakistani. Why are people who are supporting Palestine so apologetic in their narrative? Whereas I also heard Ms. Elizabeth address why and how justified it is for Israel to have a right to defend itself. She did not sound apologetic.
All right.
at
Thank
all.
you so much, Rana. We'll take it to the panelists. Ambassador Azaz, if we could start with you. I'm not sure if you were being apologetic, but perhaps you'd like to address that.
She has her own conclusion to draw. Pakistan does not recognize Israel, but Pakistan does recognize state of Palestine. So that's the bias I was referring to, not a personal bias in that sense. But Pakistan, I have argued that Pakistan's position is also principles-based. Had the two-state solution been implemented, I'm sure Pakistan would have recognized Israel. I think that has been the OIC position, and that has been the position that Pakistan would have followed. Now, let me come to the questions. The first question was most interesting. The rest are actually duplications. What are the scenarios that one can see how this war in Gaza will shape up? Now, the first scenario which the Israelis want is to eliminate the Palestinians, or especially Hamas, from that territory. But for doing so, they are exerting a collective punishment on all Palestinians. Now, can they eliminate 2 million people? It's very difficult. I think even the conscience in the US and Europe, actually, if you see the public consciousness, it is really growing by the day. Even when 15,000 people have been killed, people are raising their voice, and there are massive rallies, and some European countries like Spain have even broken ranks with the other Europeans, and they said that this is not on. So can you possibly eliminate 2 million Gazans just to eliminate Hamas? I don't think that will happen. They have bombed hospitals on the presumption that there were Hamas headquarters, and those headquarters were actually not found. So so scenario one, which Israel wants to eliminate Hamas, and that in doing so actually eliminate all the Palestinians, is not doable and will not happen. So that is not a possibility. The second scenario I see is that Israel wants to create conditions where all these Palestinians will rush, or at least Gazans would rush towards Egypt. And Egypt should open borders, not just for humanitarian assistance, but also to get these Palestinian refugees. Now, Egyptians and I think other Arab countries are reluctant towards that. And that would mean that Palestinians have been displaced, just like they were displaced in 1947, what is called as Nakba, the catastrophe. This will be a Nakba too, that if you move out all these Palestinians, then entire Gaza Strip will become Israel. So it will be another step forward towards greater Israel. I think that's a scenario which is not acceptable to the Arabs. Perhaps it's not acceptable to the Palestinians either. So that will not happen. The only scenario that I see practical is a change of heart in the US. Because if the US had not given that unqualified support to Israel, this war would not have continued to that level and to that level of atrocities. So if the US starts to think differently then perhaps a ceasefire will happen. And then, of course, they can negotiate whatever security guarantees Israel needs, but also in exchange for the rights that Palestinians also deserve.
Please. All right, just picking up on that really quick, I think it's a great point just to see the diversity of opinion in the US. If you all have read news and seen the protests that are broken out, this is not a single issue, everyone's agreed kind of thing. It's deeply complex. And I think there's some really interesting fault lines that have come up politically, also generationally in the US too. This is the first time that a conflict of this size and scale in this region has come to the fore in recent years. And I think especially young people are taking note in the US. So it's worth for you all young people here to engage in those debates and realize that there are debates that are happening. On the economic questions in Afghanistan, they're great ones and they're really, really tricky. So I think both of the econ questions come down to this notion of what is going to make for a more stable and sustainable Afghanistan? Is it an Afghanistan that has an economy that is functioning and flourishing? And do we trust the Taliban in that context to not send funds by way of groups like the TTP and essentially leverage a stronger economy to be able to fund more potential external terrorism? That's a question the US is also grappling with. You might be familiar with the Afghan Fund, which is the fund that's been set up in Switzerland with the 3.5 billion, half of the Afghan central bank assets that the US had set aside in an attempt to put them in a format that would let them be used to reinvigorate Afghanistan's economy, recognizing, like I was saying, that humanitarian assistance alone is not sustainable and is not going to get us where we need to be. The challenge, though, is on the Afghanistan Bank, the Afghan Central Bank, there are sanctioned Taliban individuals that are on the receiving end of that money, and trying to do the compliance review of how we would avoid diversion of funds going into Afghanistan and ensuring that they don't wind up being diverted to support terrorism. It's a really, really tricky issue. And I don't think that there is a clear answer so far. So from my view, trade between Pakistan and Afghanistan is just about the best ticket for trying to bring some stability. Looking at what's happening with cross-border trade, every time we cut down, or every time Pakistan shuts down Chaman, Torkham, any of the smaller border crossings, to my mind, it's doing more harm than good. And so it is worth investing, especially at the track 2 level, but also officially trade and economic ties between the two sides. Lastly, on the UN question, really quickly, for all the reasons that you mentioned, I actually think it is worth looking at the UN Special Envoy model, because the international community is so distracted, bandwidth is so strained. But if you have someone who is empowered with a mandate through the UN, and this is their sole function, it might actually be a helpful way of moving forward, particularly in the context that I mentioned, where on this issue, if so few others, there is alignment of interests among the parties that we need to see. So
Thank you. Ambassador Azmi, there was a question to you about the spillover.
Well, I think that instability or conflict is possible in Russia's own Central Asian backyard. If you recall, a couple of decades ago, the Russians fought in Chechnya, and there was a great deal of bloodshed in that region. So yes, the Russian authority can be challenged, has been challenged, as in Chechnya. But I think that the difference is that the Central Asians do not have the kind of support, say, from the West to challenge Russian authority, as has been the case with Ukraine, for instance. So I don't see the Central Asians actually rising up or challenging Russian influence in their Central Asian region. The Russians are also conscious of this, and as you know, there is this CIS, the Commonwealth of Independent States, which is an association that brings all the Central Asian countries together with the Russians, and Russia has been particularly sensitive to trying to ensure cooperation with these countries, as well as to protect their interests. And so I think that at the moment, at least, it's unlikely that there will be any instability or conflict in the Central Asian region in Russia's backyard.
Thank you so much. I'm afraid I'm going to have to disappoint those of you who are lined up in the aisle because I have to keep to our schedule for the conference, and I'm afraid I've already overshot our time a little, and I would hate to encroach on Dr. Rafsa's panel, which is coming up next. So we'll conclude the Q&A here, but before we conclude the panel, Ms. Elizabeth Frelkelt, who, as you know, is from the Stimson Center, she will take 5 minutes to introduce some of the very wonderful courses that the Stimson Center is offering. Our own students have also benefited from that. So if you could please just give us an overview of those.
Fantastic. Thanks so much for the opportunity. So I am the director of the South Asia program at the Stimson Center in Washington, D.C. And we are very fortunate to have a number of different initiatives that I think will be of interest to all of you. As we were hearing, several of your students have already taken advantage, but basically what our program is trying to do with these efforts, we have 3 different ones I'm going to highlight today. So one is called South Asian Voices. You guys might be familiar with it. It is a platform. It's an online course, or excuse me, it's an online platform for rising analysts from across the region. And we work closely with our authors. We have a network of over 500 regional authors. And if you are interested in publishing on any of the topics that we've talked about today, or anything else that is on your mind in terms of regional security, politics, economics, it's at southasianvoices.org. You can find it there. You can look at our submission requirements. But our goal in this is to recognize that there aren't a whole lot of platforms where rising analysts from the region can talk and can share their thoughts on what's going on in the region. And we thought that there was a gap that needed filling. And we've tried to do that through SAV. We're celebrating our 10-year anniversary this year, and it has grown by leaps and bounds. So would very much encourage you all to look at South Asian Voices as a way of honing your craft and getting your voices out there. We also have what's called the Strategic Learning Initiative, and this is our series of online courses on strategic issues. We've been doing this for, I think, a little over 5 years now. We have a series of online courses, and actually we just released our most recent one last month. It's called Missile Technologies in Southern Asia. And this is the one-on-one course to take if you want to understand what's happening in the news in terms of the latest developments in missile technologies. I think as we're going to hear later today in some of the panels, missiles are coming up and are really taking on added strategic import as we try to understand how competition is evolving, not just in this region, but around the world. What these courses do is we actually interview experts from the region, from Pakistan here. Actually, Dr. Adil Sultan is one of our course lecturers, and we have a number of others who are going to be panelists later today. And we provide diverse perspectives to help to understand not just what the technologies are, but their implications in terms of regional competition. We have one on deterrence in Southern Asia. We have one on the history of strategic developments in the brighter region. This latest one we released is 3 hours long, and I should say they're all completely free. So part of our mission is recognizing that we have had opportunities sitting in DC at a think tank that not everybody is fortunate enough to have. So we try to make online courses that make these materials and these ideas available. You can sign up for free. It's at stratlearning.org, STRAT, so like strategic, learning.org. Would encourage you to do that. And then lastly, I will pitch the Visiting Fellowship, which is an opportunity we do every year at Stimson to come to join us for 2 months in DC in the summer. We look for kind of in the late 20s, early 30s range. So late early career, early mid-career analysts who are interested in security across the region. Our applications just closed for that this year, but take a look. And if you are interested, we usually open mid-fall and are reviewing applications. And then our new fellows will start in the beginning of January. You can find information on that at our program's website. So just go to stimson.org and look for visiting fellowships and you can see more there. But I'll be around all day and happy to talk one-on-one if you have any questions, but thanks again for the opportunity.
Thank you, Elizabeth. And we'll just have okay, all right. So very, very quickly, I will not take any time for the moderator's comments because we don't have enough time. But I just want to thank all of our distinguished panelists. Thank you so much for taking the time out, for enlightening the audience and for taking their questions also, and for allowing us an opportunity for further learning. Our greatest appreciation for you all. Thank you so much.
I now request Dr. Adil Sultan to present souvenirs to our honorable panelists. Ms. Elizabeth Threckeld. Okay, the Vice Chancellor will be presenting souvenirs.
Let me also take this opportunity to thank our panelists. I think the discussions could have gone all day. I didn't get a chance to ask my traditional 3 questions. And I think the lunch break is available for all our students. There are many interesting perspectives to these topics. I could have asked Elizabeth on the policy options for Pakistan instead of repatriating the refugees. Were there any more options? Or will the Arab-Israeli conflict influence the next American elections? You know, there are many dimensions to or the Russian-Ukraine conflict. You know, Pakistan allegedly has been exporting weapons. So are our weapons that good that they could find place and be used in Ukraine? That means we are the best. And they could have found a market. And so there are a lot of things we can discuss. And I think for the students, this opens the whole Pandora's box of these some very important topics. But we had 3 experts to dwell on these today. So I think you were lucky to interact with them. I would like to thank you once.
Ms. Elizabeth Threckeld. Ambassador Azaz Ahmed Chaudhry. Ambassador Zamir Akram. Thank you, sir. The audience is requested to remain seated. We will be shortly starting our second panel.
Excuse me, the audience is requested to please be seated. The next panel is about to be started. कोई भी नहीं रुक रहा। Everyone, please be seated. The panel 2 is about to start. Everyone, please, at the back. Panel 2 is about to start. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Tanya Zaman, a student of BS International Relations 4th semester. Panel 2 is titled Emerging Technologies and National Security. Our moderator for this panel is Dr. Afsa Kazi. Dr. Kazi is currently serving as an assistant professor at the Faculty of Aerospace and Strategic Studies, Air University, where she also takes care of the postgraduate programs. From 2017 till 2022, she served as assistant professor at the Department of International Relations, National Defense University, Islamabad. She earned her doctorate from the School of Public and International Affairs, Jilin University, and her MPhil and MSc from Quaid-e-Azam University in International Relations. Her research has appeared in both national and foreign peer-reviewed journals. Ma'am, you're requested to take your seat as the moderator. I will now introduce the distinguished speakers honoring us as panelists for this session. Dr. Naeem Ahmed Salek will be our first speaker. Dr. Naeem Salek currently serves as Executive Director at the Strategic Vision Institute in Islamabad. He has formerly served as a Director for Arms Control and Disarmament Affairs at SPD. He also holds a PhD from the University of Western Australia. Dr. Salek has taught at Quaid-e-Azam University, National Defense University, and Air University. His areas of expertise include South Asian security, with special reference to India-Pakistan strategic and nuclear issues, nuclear and conventional confidence-building measures, nuclear safety, security, and export controls. He has been a visiting scholar at Johns Hopkins University School of Advanced International Studies, a guest scholar at Brookings Institution in Washington, D.C., and a visiting fellow at Stanford University at the Simpson Center. Sir, you're requested to take your seat on the panel.
Assalamu alaikum. I'm Muhammad Ali Arshad Ansari, student of BSIR second semester. Our second panelist for this session is Dr. Zunaira Jalil. Ma'am, as I introduce you to the audience, you are kindly requested to take your seat on the panel. Professor Zunaira Jalil is a cyber expert serving as chairperson of the Department of Cybersecurity, Air University, Islamabad. She is an active researcher at the National Cyber Crimes and Forensics Lab of the National Center for Cybersecurity and a key architect in design of cutting-edge cybersecurity curricula for advanced degree programs. Her research interests span key areas such as computer forensics and AI, computational intelligence, and cyber attacks detection. She has also participated actively in research and development projects in Pakistan, Germany, United Arab Emirates, and Saudi Arabia. Dr. Adil Sultan is our third speaker on this panel. Dr. Adil Sultan is the Dean, Faculty of Aerospace and Strategic Studies, and co-founder of Strategic Foresight for Asia, STRAF Asia. Dr. Adil has also been a visiting research fellow at the Center for Science and Security Studies, King's College London from 2017 to 2019. He had also been a visiting fellow at the International Institute for Strategic Studies, London in 2015, and at the Henry L. Stimson Center, Washington, DC in 2006. Dr. Sultan has served Pakistan Air Force for over 3 decades and was at the Strategic Plans Division for over 14 years. With this, I hand over the proceedings to our panel moderator, Dr. Afsa Qazi.
Thank you very much, Ali. And good afternoon, good afternoon, everybody. I'm very thankful for the panelists who are here. And before, without taking much time, I would just, try to conceptually locate the theme of this panel that deals with emerging technologies and national security. So the theme for this panel, it encompasses a key topic of contemporary interest. And just to conceptually locate it, I will share a few initial thoughts. So when talking about the concept of security, the only consensus that we have is that security is a contested concept, and which means that it means different things to different people. But another consensus that we do have about the term security is that it is always related to threat. Right. So security is always defined with reference to some threat, and that is where the role of emerging technologies come in. And in fact, the challenges posed by emerging technologies, they are twofold, because while their innovation is rationalized to add to security of the states and people, there are actually unforeseen complexities that these emerging technologies add to the security-insecurity continuum in the age where we see national security in comprehensive terms. So this is how we can conceptually locate this debate within the broader theme of our conference. And without saying much, I would go directly to my panelists. So our first panelist for today and for this session is Dr. Naeem Salek, and he will be enlightening us on the topic of drones and the future of warfare. And sir, before you start, I will request all the panelists to please keep in view the time limitation so that we can have enough time for the discussion. Thank you. Brigadier Naeem Salek.
Thank you, Dr. Afsa. And thank you to Air University for inviting me again to speak here. Drones, as we know, are now very familiar term, and there are various varieties. These platforms have been flown by the US military for decades now, but these were largely large size platforms and quite costly as well. Mainly they were used for intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance missions. But in recent years, we have seen that particularly two conflicts where these drones have been used extensively. First of all was the conflict between Azerbaijan and Armenia in the Nagorno-Karabakh area. However, one has to remember that this was a conflict in which only one side was equipped with these drones, and they used it extensively. In fact, Azerbaijan did not risk using its air force because of the potential threat from the Armenian air defenses. So they mainly relied on the drones, and they had two types. One was the Turkish-made Bayraktar TB2, which carries missiles also. And the other ones was the loitering munitions, the Israeli origin systems, which are AI powered, and they are also called suicide or kamikaze drones. So both these varieties were used extensively by the Azerbaijanis, and that in fact made such an impact that they were able to defeat the Armenians without much difficulty. And according to estimates, these drones were able to destroy hundreds of tanks and armored fighting vehicles, artillery guns, air defense systems, and also caused a lot of casualties, plus destroying the other transport and supply vehicles.
The other conflict we are still watching is the Russia-Ukraine conflict. Now, this is different from the earlier conflict because in this conflict, both sides are using drones. To begin with, the Ukrainians used the Turkish TB1 and it made quite an impact. And it became very popular in Ukraine. Later on, they have started improvising from the commercially available drones, which hobbyists use, and they have modified these for military purposes, for reconnaissance, for artillery spotting, and also for dropping small grenades and munitions against the tanks. On the other side, the Russians also have very sparingly used the Air Force, despite the fact that they had very clear air superiority. But because of the advanced air defense systems which were provided to Ukraine by the Western countries, especially Germany and UK and others, the Russians did not risk the very costly air platforms, and therefore they also relied mainly on the drones. And the interesting thing in this was that in this Russian use of drones, the Iranian Shahed 136 drone became very popular, and it has been extensively used by Russians, and to the extent that the Iranians have now established a manufacturing plant within Russia itself because they were so much in demand. And these are very cheap, relatively very cheap platforms, which can carry a small payload. But because of the one-way nature of their missions, they are sent for suicide missions, particularly effective against the infrastructure like the communications, electrical grids, and other such places. And they have caused havoc. Russians have been using these in groups of 5. And these drones just cost $2,000, $20,000 each. And on the Ukrainian side, the use of drones has been so extensive that they have been losing up to 10,000 drones per month. But they are continuing to develop their indigenous small-sized drones and using them to great effect, to the extent that they have sent drone missions right up to the Russian capital, Moscow. And there was one attack on Kremlin, and there was another one in a residential building. Although these were just nuisances, they didn't cause any damage. But obviously, this was very embarrassing for Russia to have seen that Ukraine could send their drones as far as Moscow, and this was a psychological, I think, victory for Ukraine. Given the extent of use of drones in this current conflict, I think everybody around the world has started thinking about utilizing these, and it is obvious from the statement given by the US Deputy Secretary of State in September 2023, wherein she said that US military aims to field thousands of autonomous weapon systems across multiple domains in the next 18 to 24 months. Now, with the advances in AI and combining AI with drones, it is increasing the potential of these drone systems, and they can be able to, they will not need any pilots, anybody to steer these drones. They will be able to loiter around in the air and select their targets and then destroy them. Just to give you an idea about the cost of the drones, as I mentioned about the Iranian drone, which costs about 20,000. And if it is to be shot down by an air defense missile, that costs from $200,000 to $500,000. So you can imagine the advantage which drones have. Then there are very costly systems as well, like the American Predator, which cost $30 million a piece, and the Reaper, which cost $32 million. And the most costly amongst the American invent is the Global Hawk, which cost $220 million. Whereas the Turkish TB2 it costs 5 million and it can carry a payload of 150 kilograms. Now, this also very clearly indicates that there is no monopoly over the production and export of these missiles with the advanced countries only. The middle ranking powers like Turkey and Iran, they are also able to produce these, and they are exporting these to many countries, including Pakistan. Pakistan has acquired the Turkish drones very recently, both in the Pakistan Air Force and Pakistan Navy. One more aspect I would like to cover before I finish is that the drones which we normally, whenever we listen to this word drone, our imagination goes to the object flying in the air and doing all these things, including intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance, and the lethal missions. But now there are drones available in all three domains. There are robotic soldiers which can fire weapons. They're available on ground. They are also being used for clearing mines. And then the naval dimension, the unarmed undersea platforms, which are going to have a very serious impact on the notion of a short second strike capability in the form of undersea platforms, the submarine-based weapons. And because these drones will be roaming around undersea, they'll be able to detect these submarines, and also some of them will have the ability to destroy those. So that will have a very serious impact on the second strike capability. I'm not going to go into many details because Dr. Adil is going to cover that. And the drones also will have impact on the ground in the way that they will make it difficult for even the mobile platforms to hide, and which will also enable them to give real-time information about the location to their headquarters, and can then guide counter strikes against those platforms. So I end here, and I'll be ready to answer any questions in the question and answer session.
Thank you very much, Dr. Saleh, for giving us an awareness about how the drones are already shaping the contemporary conflicts and how they might shape or influence the balance of forces in the future conflicts. Our next panelist for this session is Dr. Zunaira Jalil, and being head of the cybersecurity department at Air University, we have requested her to enlighten us on our preparedness regarding the cyber threats. So the topic of her talk is cybersecurity, and are we prepared? Ma'am, the floor is yours.
Assalamu alaikum. First of all, excuse me for my bad voice. I had bad throat today morning. The topic I'm going to talk about is our preparedness in the domain of cybersecurity. First of all, it's important to know that how the world perceives us. According to Global Cybersecurity Index, our position in the world is 79th. Now, this Global Cybersecurity Index is the ranking given by ITU based on 5 pillars. One is capacity building, another is legal measures, technical measures, organizational measures, and then the last one is cooperative measures. So if we look at the score in capacity building, we are the highest ones. This is the ranking. This is the index given in 2020. In capacity building, we got 17 out of 20. In legal, we have 15 out of 20. In technical, 12 out of 20. Organizational, 18 out of 20. And the least one in cooperative measures, 8 out of 20. So after this ranking, in the capacity, we have 17 out of 20. If we talk from these perspectives in terms of capacity building, in Pakistan, there are now more than 20 universities offering cybersecurity educational programs. And before 2018, we had only one university offering MS in Information Security Program, and another was also the new one. And then, and now more than 20 universities are offering cybersecurity educational programs. Air University is pioneer in offering undergrad cybersecurity educational program. So in capacity building, we are improving now. At the same time, now, if we look at it from another perspective, there are multiple initiatives by Ministry of IT and recently established National Computer Emergency Response Team. So they are also taking my year. They are offering different skills development programs for capacity building, and this area is now covered. If we look at the second factor, which is legal measures, in Pakistan, before 2021, we had only one act, which we call Prevention of Electronic Crime Act, which was a baseline, and we were using it to handle all kinds of issues, and FIA and R3C was following this as well. After that, in 2021, we came up with the first Pakistan cybersecurity policy, and we have AI policy as well. Its draft is ready. We have cloud first security policy. We have data protection bills. And now, according to the cybersecurity policy, now national CERT is established. And national CERT is now working on Pakistan Cybersecurity Act, which is now coming up shortly. And so the preparedness in this domain will also improve. The third one is the technical domain. This domain, although we secured 12 out of 20 in this domain, if we talk from technical perspective, reliance on third-party solution is a major limitation for because of which we are not going to increase our ranking shortly. And this is a kind of a recommendation I was about to talk at the end, that our reliance on indigenous solution should be more to improve our ranking in technical domain. And why this is important, I'm going to talk at the end. But if we look at this technical domain more closely, you will see that National Center for Cybersecurity has developed 65 plus indigenous cybersecurity products, which are available for different sectors to use. So our reliance in this domain is also, our ranking in this domain is also improved. In organizational measures, cybersecurity policy binds all the organizations to have their cybersecurity policy in place. Excuse me. So we are going to have better position over here. And the cooperative measures is the one where we are lagging. And by implementation of cybersecurity policy, we'll be covering this. Now, if I ask myself that whether the answer of the question that are we prepared in cybersecurity, yes or no, there is no single answer. Why? Because if we talk about emerging technologies, generative AI it's been 1 year, it's already there in place. And I have myself generated malicious codes to exploit vulnerabilities. So if the vulnerabilities in your systems are being identified and a generative AI solution is able to write code for me, so it means that there is no end to this battle. So the cybersecurity solutions need to be prone to the adversarial attacks posed by generative AI. Now, how we can prepare ourselves? Generative AI, if you look at the number of solutions, ChatGPT, almost everyone is familiar with this. And being a faculty, I know that my students are coming up with amazing assignments all of a sudden. And I understand, and we allow using ChatGPT to create assignments. And there are a number of reasons for this. But the generative AI-based solutions, which is now students are able to see, and we are able to see the amazing capabilities in terms of generating text. Imagine the capabilities in terms of generating images, in terms of generating audios, in terms of generating videos, and in terms of generating malicious codes. So if you look at it from that perspective, you will see that if a machine is generating a malicious code, and if a machine is generating a video of a person who doesn't exist, then how I'm going to, as a law enforcement, if I'm part of some law enforcement agency, or if I'm investigating some scene, some crime scene, or if I am looking for, I'm getting open source intelligence to investigate something. First of all, my first question will be whether the content is real or not. And there are algorithms available which are making it harder to detect whether it is original or not. In terms of malicious codes, because the code is written in programming language, so it is the hardest form to investigate, because the malicious code exploiting a vulnerability written by human and written by machine will be the same. But human being will take longer to come up with that code, and machine will come up with that code in the less time. And even in that case, even if the machine is coming up with a code which is very simple one, I can train my machine to come up with a code which is all inclusive, which is secure code. If I talk from computing perspective, there is a domain of it is called DevOps. So now we are talking about DevSecOps, where we are talking about development, keeping in view all the environment, as well as keeping security in mind. So I cannot say that we are prepared, and I can say that nobody is prepared in the existence of the emerging technologies, because no matter how strong the solutions, how effective solutions you deploy to ensure your security, there will still remain gaps which can be filled by any third party or any malicious intruder. So this is what I wanted to say about it. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Zunera Jalil, for giving us a very nuanced perspective on how well prepared we are, given the very complex nature of the technology that we are talking about. The third panelist for this session is Dr. Adil Sultan, and he will be talking on emerging technologies and the future of nuclear deterrence. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Afsa, and thank you, Dr. Zunera, for mentioning something that is going to be relevant for my brief intervention of 10 minutes. I try to be as precise as possible. Although once a teacher gets a mic, it's quite difficult to disengage. Apologies to my students who took a class yesterday. Some of things could be repetitive. So deterrence class, the students over here. Just to start with the basics, what is deterrence? So some of you who are sleeping over here at the back benches, if I say you will not be served lunch, probably that will deter you and you will start paying attention to what I'm going to say in the next 10 minutes. So that's a cost-benefit calculus that you have to do, whether lunch is important or your sleep is important, okay? So I know lunch is more important for the youngsters. So that's why now those who are sleeping now, they are awake. So that's what deterrence is, that you play with the minds of your adversary to get a concession or serve your interest. So my interest is that you pay attention, because my students, my department students, they know me that my threat could be credible. So they might take it more seriously. But the guests who have come from other universities, they might not know me that whether I will exercise this option or not. So they may have a different cost-benefit calculus. Yes, this is just a threat. We would be served lunch. Let's take a risk and keep sleeping. So that's how you play with the minds of your adversary. The threat that you play with one adversary is not likely to be effective with the other adversary. Because it's a psychological thing that you play with your adversary. It happens everywhere in your homes. Your parents, they threaten you with certain punishment, and then you say, okay, if the net would go off and there would be restriction, that's not a cost worth paying. So let's start behaving. So deterrence is a basic ingredient in our daily lives that we continue to experience. If there's rule of law, you follow traffic rules. If there's no rule of law, you tend to take chances. Why I'm saying this is, once we talk about deterrence between states, it is something of a similar nature, that you are trying to judge your adversary what is going to be most costly thing for, or what could be a cost that would be unaffordable for your adversary, And if I build that capability, military capability, and I threaten my adversary, probably the other side would behave or will act the way that I want the other side to be. Now, why this is important for us? We are a nuclear weapon state. Whatever we do, the acts, the military buildup, or whatever postures we adopt, it has certain messages or indicators towards your adversaries, who might be. So it could be anyone. So that's how you need to develop your posture and develop your signaling, your communication and everything. And I'm not going to go into further details about that, but we can discuss this in question answer session. So the basic assumption is it depends on the rationality of the actors. It again a subjective thing. There could be irrational actors behaving in a certain way. For some, it could be a rational act. For others, it could be an irrational act. We will go into these debates once we'll talk further on this. But there are new concepts also evolving about deterrence. And that's where Dr. Zunaira's topic came in, the emerging technologies that we talk about. So the concepts like conventional and nuclear entanglement, that means if there was a deterrence relationship, stable relationship between nuclear weapon states, between one nuclear state to other nuclear state, now there could be other states with more precise and lethal conventional weapons that they can probably harm you in certain way, which could be unacceptable. Or between nuclear weapon states, they don't exercise the use of nuclear weapons, but they use their conventional capability, precision weapons to achieve certain objective, not to get entangled into a nuclear war. So the conventional and nuclear capabilities get entangled. Then there's another concept of cross-domain deterrence, which has emerged. That means not necessarily that nuclear weapons could be deterred by nuclear weapons, although we understand that gold currency for deterrence for now remains nuclear weapons, because the enormous destructive power that nuclear weapons have and the kind of destruction it can cause, that's the basics of deterrence, because it is unaffordable for any country, or may it be a superpower or a smaller country. So that's why it continues to remain a gold currency. But what if somebody launches a cyber attack and that country has more advantage in terms of cyber capabilities, and they want to deter you from preventing the use of nuclear weapons by just threatening that we can do this? And we have seen these examples of cyber attack over the past few years. So that's where the deterrence gets complicated, the cross-domain deterrence. Another concept that has emerged recently is integrated deterrence. The US national security papers, the strategies that I've been using, and now it's becoming a buzzword. Integrated deterrence means that you integrate all the elements of your national power, your diplomatic potential, your economic potential, your military potential, and your ability to influence social media, everything. And if you incorporate that to use your political objectives against your adversary, that becomes integrated deterrence. Now let's come to some of the technologies, because it's a very wide subject, cannot be covered in 10 minutes. I'll just give you some pointers. What are the technologies that can affect the future of deterrence? Cyber, as Dr. Zunaira mentioned, and I also briefly. The second is artificial intelligence. Now, artificial intelligence is a complete suite of capabilities where space-related or cyber capabilities can also be integrated. Then there are quantum computing, a little in the future, hypersonic weapons, and many other technologies that can affect the future of deterrence. I'll specifically focus on artificial intelligence. As I said, it's a complete package. You can use cyber capabilities integrated into artificial intelligence. And once we talk about artificial intelligence, just briefly mentioning, it's not about the machine learning. It's about once the algorithms will start to take decisions, whether to launch weapon or not. So in nuclear, as I said, rationality of the actor does matter, because deterrence is all about not using your nuclear capability, but still getting your objectives done or achieved. So the threat of that retaliation or the use of nuclear weapons, and without using those nuclear weapons, you want to get the objectives. Because if the other side has not been deterred, and if you have used nuclear weapons, your deterrence has in fact failed. So that's the fundamental thing once we talk about deterrence. So that means the rationality of the actors becomes very important. But once you bring in artificial intelligence, AI, robots taking decision, what will happen? The rationality goes away. Decision-making becomes quicker, faster. Escalation ladder goes steep high. The famous 44 rungs escalation ladder that we have studied about Herman Cahan's, that generally that we learned from the Cold War model, that normal crisis will have a predictable path, starting from a limited to conventional war and all the way going to a nuclear conflict. That may not be relevant in the age of artificial intelligence. So dangers are enormous, and that is why we need to lay special focus on understanding the role of these emerging technologies in the future of nuclear deterrence. Almost there is a consensus that robots should not be given an authority to take autonomous decisions, because deterrence is all about psychological understanding your interest and the cost-benefit calculus of your adversary. Again, these are all assumptions. This is not something 2 + 2. It can be 2 + 2, could be 5 also, because it's a social construct. And there is a critique also that deterrence is all about assumption. It has not been proven. That's a fair enough critique on that. But we also have an evidence that since the introduction of nuclear weapons, there has been no major war between nuclear weapon states. So that proves, in a way, and that's an evidence that deterrence still, whether it's an assumption, it's based on assumption, it's a social construct, but still it has worked for now, and it is going to likely to continue working. So this AI security dilemma, that new term that has emerged, that we need to understand about this. Now, the third is, why is it relevant for Pakistan? As I briefly mentioned, Pakistan is a nuclear weapon state, and your whole military posture is about prevention of a major war with your major adversary, India. We do not have resources. We have conventional asymmetries. We are just spending $10, $11 billion on our conventional. India is spending more than $70 billion. It is impossible to match that parity because of your economic constraints. So your nuclear capability or nuclear deterrence, that comes in to balance out that strategic equilibrium vis-a-vis your larger adversary. That India has a much more conventional potential. It has nuclear capability. You have relatively less conventional potential, but you have a nuclear factor that balances out. So for a country like Pakistan, which is entangled in this asymmetric security dilemma with India, understanding of deterrence becomes very important. Why I say this, we have seen previous crises. Something happens in 2019. We are a nuclear weapon state. How the hell India launched surgical strikes? So as students of IR and strategic studies and future analysts, you need to develop this understanding of how deterrence work in peculiar South Asian environment. One, what are the new concepts that are emerging globally, and how emerging technologies are going to affect this deterrence? Unless you develop a better understanding of this, you won't be able to develop future strategies. Finally, just to give a few pointers, nuclear weapons capability is a national capability. It's not about a particular service, because once nuclear weapons are used, entire nations are destroyed. It's not about a battlefield or military target that gets destroyed. That's why the ownership or the authority to launch nuclear weapons remains with the political leadership. So if it's a national capability, so everybody has the right to understand how it works or how it serves your national interest. So that's why we continue to encourage, at least in our department. We know it's a sensitive issue, but we encourage our students also, and I would encourage the others also, that you should not be shying away from these debates. You don't have to discuss sensitive issues that you don't have, but as a social scientist and as a member of or as national of a nuclear weapon state, you must develop this understanding how this nuclear capability serves your national security interests and how these emerging technologies are going to tailor the future deterrence relationship. And that's how you will come up with more practical strategies for the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Adil, and I'm thankful to all the three panelists for being very punctual in terms of limiting their talk to the given time. We will shortly start with the question and answer session, and the students intending to ask questions are requested to queue up at the mics placed in the aisles. For any senior participants, we can share with them the roving mic if they intend to ask a question. Just to steer the Q&A session, I will take my privileges as the moderator. And I have two very quick and very simple questions from the entire panel. When talking about emerging technologies and generative AI, and of course the cyber domain and drones, and given the aspect of automation that is and the autonomous functioning of these weapons that we have been talking about, given the fact that these emerging technologies, they have been a result of human intelligence. So would they be ever able to outsmart the human intelligence? That is the first question, and a very simple one. And the second thing is that will the human beings, just as Dr. Adil mentioned, that there has been a consensus about not giving decision-making authority to the robots, right? So the question is that would the human beings ever, agree to give that degree of autonomous decision-making to these technologies that it would make the human agency obsolete? So these are two very quick questions, and I would like the panel to respond to them, and then we can have the questions from the audience. Thank you.
Okay, answer to first question is that although the intelligence given to machines is by human, but in some domains, AI performs beyond human control. So in some of the domains, AI outperforms humans, and in other domains, human outperforms machines. So we cannot say that human beings will be always intelligent than machines trained by AI algorithms. And about your second question, can you please clarify it again?
Yes, I intended to ask that would the humans, while being rational and while knowing that they want to retain certain decisions in their hands, so would they ever want the generative AI and the emerging technologies to be so autonomous that it outsmarts or it makes the human agency obsolete?
Okay, since the intelligence given to machine, even the generative AI systems are also developed by humans. So we already know that what can go wrong. So if we are going to make machines completely autonomous, then things won't be in our control. But developing an autonomous system which is interacting with AI based on certain conditions which are not understandable for machines. So with human inputs, such solutions, in my opinion, will be more successful. Otherwise, making machine learn on its own and then taking decisions on its own, making it completely autonomous will not be fruitful. Thank you.
This is a very serious issue, and it is being discussed at the United Nations also, where it was agreed that all countries which are developing these technologies should make sure that human involvement in this process continues. And we know there are three models in this case. One is where human is in the loop. The other is human is on the loop. And the third is human outside the loop. In the first case, the human input is required for the technologies to work. In the second case, the human is closely observing what the technology is doing and has the ability to intervene if he thinks that the things are going wrong. And in the third case, once human is out of the loop, where he is just a silent observer and cannot intervene in the process, That is the most dangerous. That is why there is a need to regulate these technologies, and there are a lot of deliberations are going on. But the problem is that not much progress has been made on this to bring these kind of technologies under internationally agreed regulations, because those countries which have the advanced capabilities, they don't want to accept any constraints on their ability, as long as there are not many countries competing with them. Once other competitors come up, probably then it will be more seriously thought that it has to be brought under certain regulatory mechanism.
Dr. Adil, would you want to respond?
While all major powers, they agree that AI should not be integrated into weapons, but that's a political declaration because of ethical or humanitarian consideration. In reality, all the major powers, they will continue to integrate AI into weapon systems. So that's the problem or dilemma that we have. Then this artificial intelligence is not restricted to military applications also. More of its applications is in the commercial domain. So then there are non-state actors. Elon Musk playing a role in Ukraine war through its satellite network. There could be more non-state actors with those kind of capabilities. How do you prevent those non-state actors from not helping a third party or a fourth party in militarization of the weapons? So while United Nations could set up norms, but once the non-state actors are involved, it becomes very difficult to regulate that. And there's also a possibility that if you partially integrate AI into your, let's say, nuclear command and control decision making, so what is the guarantee that third party will not override or misuse that and lead to a catalytic nuclear war? While the two nuclear weapon states which have these AI systems partially embedded in their nuclear command and control, over the loop or inside the loop, whatever it is, but what third party, it takes over and it triggers that nuclear war between two nuclear weapon states. And the third party may not be a nuclear weapon state also. So these are the kind of dangers in this era where the commercial and peaceful or the military applications of these technologies cannot be separated. There's more faster progress in the commercial domain, and that makes it lucrative for non-state actors to acquire these capability and probably in future override state-led systems. So that's the kind of dilemma or the future that we are going to see, the lots of uncertainty caused by these new technologies.
Thank you very much. With this, I'll open the floor for Q&A from the audience. The students are requested to please briefly introduce themselves, tell us your name and your affiliation, and then identify the speaker you want to ask your question to. And please be brief and don't make me interject and interrupt your questions for being so long. Thank you. You may start. Yeah.
My name is Daud. I am doing strategic studies from NDU. My question is from Dr. Naeem Salik. The question is that we know that in future warfare, drones are the main components. But can drones be hacked? And if yes, how they gonna affect the wars in future? And there's a short and brief question to Dr. Adil Sultan that you mentioned about the quantum computing. It's not a simple thing. It's a complex thing that it can do work of thousands of computers or in milliseconds. So is it going to make human little, less intelligent and make them like slaves type?
Thank you. We'll take from that now. Mike.
And I have a question from Dr. Adil Sultan. Sir, we have seen in the past that the nuclear deterrence has failed to counter this insurgencies going on within the states. Like we claim that India is involved in Balochistan and they claim that Pakistan is involved in Kashmir, and there has been other cases all around the world. And now in the case of cyber warfare, we have seen that the Stuxnet or the drones which India claimed that
in 2021, Mia Chanu, the drones of Indian were dropped and they called it an accident. So how do you see the future of insurgencies in the light of the cyber warfare? Thank you.
We'll take one more question for this round. Amir, you can go. Amir Hamza.
Good afternoon. Myself, Amir Hamza, a postgraduate student of Air University. My first question is directed to Dr. Zunaira. Ma'am, how do we draw parallels between autonomy and artificial intelligence? Autonomy is something that works on predetermined parameters in a predictive environment, while artificial intelligence can adapt, learn, and take a decision. So can we say autonomy is the ultimate function and artificial intelligence is its enabler? And can we single out anything as a powerful? And my second question goes to Dr. MALIK. Sir, how do you see drones in terms of combat effectiveness to tip the offense-defense balance up in the battlefield? Can they empower weaker sides to shift to the battlefield or at least create a leveling effect? Thank you.
Just before I request the panelists to respond, I would like to request the audience that those who have asked the questions before, they should give a chance to others on a voluntary basis, unless the question is, you have a great intent to ask the question, so you can give the chance to others. Ma'am, you may respond, please.
Excuse me. Okay, your question was about how we can draw a line between autonomy and how your AI algorithms cannot be controlled by humans. So AI algorithms are not always autonomous. There are three domains of algorithm. One category is called classification, another is clustering, and the third is, we call it reinforcement learning. The third domain is only the domain where machine learns itself. In the other two domains, classification, where we are asking machine to classify or differentiate or recognize something. And the other is clustering, where we are just giving data to machine and asking machine to group it together so that we can inspect the different clusters later on. So there are different ones. So the third one is the reinforcement learning domain, which is used in autonomous cars or in games. So in that, a machine learns itself. And so far, autonomous weapons are not being used without human involvement. So as sir already mentioned, that human being is in the loop. So in the domain of warfare or in the domain of cyber warfare, where we have to deploy our solutions or infrastructures which are critical infrastructures, so we cannot completely leave our critical infrastructures on autonomous AI to operate. In some domains, yes, AI can be used autonomously, who are the domains which are less critical, and because AI is now part of every domain. It's education, marketing, your policy. So it's AI is and one of the need we have right now is to have AI inclusive regulations. We do have AI policy draft ready. It's out there, but the regulations are still not AI inclusive. So even if I talk about cybercrime, and I'm now discussing the case of cybercrime, considering that based on Prevention of Electronic Crime Act, so it is not AI inclusive. So I cannot distinguish whether the packet coming to my network was human generated or machine generated, and if it was machine generated, so who I can blame for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Zunaira. Dr. Salik, you can answer the questions posed to you.
The first question was about can the drones be hacked? We have to remember that throughout the military history, we find that whenever a weapon was produced, after a while, a counter was also produced. And we have seen this race between firepower, protection, mobility, all these elements which involve which are involved in the battlefield. There has been a competitive environment. Once the tank appeared in 1916, people said that now this is the dominant weapon and there is no answer to this. But very soon we found the anti-tank weapons were developed, initially the recoilless rifles and then later on the anti-tank guided missiles. But the tanks also then modified, and this competition goes on. Similarly is the case with the aircraft. Once the aircraft came, it appeared to be that there is no answer to the aircraft, but then anti-aircraft guns and surface-to-air missiles were developed. And the aircraft also changed their techniques to match those capabilities which these missiles had. So this competition goes on. And in the drones, particularly those which are remotely controlled, the most vulnerable portion is the communication between the operator and the drone itself. And in the Russia-Ukraine conflict, Russians have very successfully interrupted the communication between the drone and its operator. And as a result, they were able to shot down a large number of Ukrainian drones. They are now trying to adapt and find a solution to this. There are other instruments also coming up in the form of laser guns. And we also have the traditional anti-aircraft guns, which are manually fired or they are controlled by the radars. They can also shoot down the drones, but at a very close range. There's a very narrow window. And once they come very close and they are visible, only then the anti-aircraft guns can be affected. But communication is the key which can be interrupted, and then the drones will go haywire.
Thank you, sir.
The second question was about how do the drones help weaker or stronger parties? If I may call it poor man's Air Force. So that is the kind of thing. And but the drones, particularly, it is within the range of even less developed countries, because most of the components are commercially available. And to the extent that the US Marines have printed components of drones on 3D printers and assembled them and actually flew those drones. So it is well within the capability, and we'll soon find that now they operate autonomously of each other, but we'll see the time is not very far away. Once there'll be drone on drone fighting in the air, as we have seen in the case of aircraft. So all these things will come, but you cannot say specifically that drones help the defense or offense, because they can be used, same platforms can be used for both purposes. They can be used for, while you are in the defense, they can be used for attacking the invading forces. They can also be used for guiding your artillery fire against the advancing enemy. Similarly, the attacker can use these for similar purposes: reconnaissance, movements, identifying the defensive positions, and then using their lethal loads. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Adil, your turn.
Just a point about drones. It has made wars more affordable. So that's the one disadvantage. Okay, the question that you asked about whether quantum computing will make humans less intelligent, cyber specialists could probably answer those questions, whether cyber specialists would become more intelligent or less intelligent by using quantum. But as a social scientist, your question is premised on a conclusion that we are intelligent. Are we? If we were, look at what is happening around the world. So that's the nature of human. So it's technologies would assist, but if you are talking about making the humans less intelligent, or more intelligent. It all depends upon how you use that. Second, the question from this lady from Qaeda University. Again, going back to the fundamentals of deterrence, because you're talking about insurgencies happening in Pakistan, and we are a nuclear weapon state. Probably that's the idea that I got, and that's a very common perception about it. We are a nuclear weapon state. How come our neighbor is inciting insurgencies inside Pakistan? And second, about the BrahMos missile that you said. Just briefly, nuclear deterrence can only work if it is credible. And credible means it has to be proportional. And there are other factors also. Who is threatening whom? And what are at that moment, your national character? Whether if you are threatening an adversary, are you really capable of following through that threat or not? So there are several other factors. I don't want to go into dynamics of that. Just a basic thing, if something happens across the border, and if you say we will respond with nuclear weapons, so how would you be seen? You would be seen as an irrational actor. And you would be labeled as a pariah state who doesn't understand how deterrence works. So it has to be relational, proportional, and as per the threat. Because if you start engaging in this nuclearism behavior against every kind of a threat, so then you become a responsible state. And nuclear weapon states have to demonstrate that whatever threat they make to their adversary, it will be followed through. It will only be followed through if it is credible. So insurgents, something happens in Quetta. So what do? You use a nuclear weapon against the alleged perpetrator of that incident. That is not how deterrence is going to work. Likewise, if BrahMos flies in, mistake or deliberate, whatever it is, we can debate that. So what do you do there? You destroy Delhi or Mumbai? You can do that, but would it be credible? I'll just give you an example. 19. Once we shot down 2 aircraft, Indian aircraft, what Modi did, he started hurling these nuclear threats, Qatl ki Raat and all those things. We understood that he was doing it for his domestic politics. He had no intent. He couldn't afford to indulge in that kind of nuclear exchange just because he has been humiliated. So for domestic politics, he used those slogans, but in practice, as a practitioner of deterrence, at least I believe India can never afford to engage in that kind of nuclear exchange. So you have to cater into that against every threat or any incident happening across the LOC, you don't bring in nuclear factor. Yes, if you had no conventional capability to take remedial measures, only then, yes, you could be. And that's why there's always a premium for deterrence also, that you have to invest in your conventional capabilities to an extent that you have some responses. So India has a bigger air force. It launched offensive strike. You responded, shot down 2 aircraft. You achieve your political objectives. You humiliated a relatively bigger adversary. Your political objectives, war in the end is all about achieving your political objectives. So beyond that, if you would have gone with nuclear threats and things like that, then you would have become irresponsible. So your objectives were achieved. India was humiliated. There was no point going further. So that's a caution amongst the youngsters also, because this is a common talk in Pakistan. Something happened, we are a nuclear weapon state. You don't bring in nuclear factor in everything. So as a responsible nuclear state, that's why I continue to emphasize that we need to understand the dynamics of these deterrents and the military posture, and you have to use this selectively to have the desired impact against your adversary. Thank you. I know I took longer time, sorry.
Dr. Naeem Salik intends to make an intervention. He wants to add something. So you can.
Very quickly, I would like to add to this. The point is that nuclear weapons are not a panacea for everything. They cannot be remedy for every problem. They have a certain role, that is they are strategic weapons. They are meant to deter threat of nuclear attack and all-out conventional war. you must have heard that term stability and stability paradox. That is what is created by the presence of nuclear weapons. Once there is stability at the strategic level, there will always be some instability at the lower levels of conflict. And particularly what we are seeing in South Asia, in the subconventional level. About this noise about surgical strikes is actually a subconventional operation which Indians have been undertaking, mainly because these nuclear weapons deterred them from using their advantage in conventional forces. So it then brings it down to a very narrow band of conflict. And in that, we should not have any problem, because if the smaller amount of force they are able to use in that, we are very easily able to match that or even outdo them in that. So that is how it works. The violence will never finish completely. There will be some opportunity for mischief, and this will continue to happen.
Thank you, sir. Let's have the next round of questions. We'll start from this side. Please go.
Assalamu alaikum, everybody. My name is Fazan Riaz, and I am an MPhil scholar at SPIR Qaid University. And my question is from Sir Adil Sultan. Sir, it appears that after United States, Russia, and China, India is highly ambitious about acquiring hypersonic missiles. And since hypersonic missiles have high speed, they reduce the response time of the adversary, thereby encouraging preemptive strike. So how do you see that that if India acquires hypersonic missiles, it will affect the nuclear deterrence or the strategic stability between India and Pakistan, as Pakistan's second strike capability would be compromised?
Thank you.
Bismillah ar-Rahman, Assalamu alaikum. My name is Shafkat. I am MPhil Scholar of International Relations from International Islamic University. My question for Naeem Ahmed Salik sir. So, sir, India is advancing in satellite technology. So, India can mapping Pakistani land 80% from these satellites. So, and secondly, India acquiring very advanced drone technology from United States. So what do you think, what is the implication for Pakistan national security, and what is the option for Pakistan to balance with India in drone technology and satellite technology? Thank you so much, sir.
Ji.
Assalamu alaikum. It's Abdul Wasif from National Defense University. And my question is basically from Dr. Adil Sultan. But my question is that data is the basic thing which is empowering the emerging technologies that have been discussed. And my basic question is, can in the future attack on data or critical data carrying devices be part of nuclear threshold defined by the states? For example, supercomputers, in the future, it is a hypothetical scenario, but can it be part of that threshold defined by the states? Thank you.
From that side.
My name is Dua and I am from Air University, BSIR 4th semester. My question is directed towards Dr. Zunaira Jalil. How can we use cyber diplomacy to build trust and cooperation among nations, even when they have different values and political system? Thank you.
Can we have one more question from this side, please?
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Mashal Shah Nawaz, and I'm currently a bachelor's third semester student of Strategic and Nuclear Studies at the National Defense University. I had a question for Dr. Naeem Salik. Sir, with regards to the increasing emergence of artificial intelligence in drone technology, we do see that currently AI lacks emotional intelligence and the principles of distinction and proportionality. So how do you think would this affect the future of drone warfare and the parameters set down under the laws of war? Thank you.
Okay, I think we'll ask the panelists for responding to the questions, and then we can. Yeah. There are 5 questions already. We can have it in the next round. We'll have the remaining questions in the next round. Okay, Jabbar Sahab, you can go ahead. You have the mic already.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm Jabbar from Air University. My question is to Dr. Siddiq Salib. Sir, you did mention UUVs, that is underwater unmanned vehicles, sir. And obviously that is going to be a threat to second strike capability. Now, when that happens, a short second strike capability may be hampered or may be threatened.
A bit louder, please.
This is about second strike capability, a short second strike capability being threatened by UUVs. So the question is that with that coming in and a short second strike capability may not be there in future, where do we go from here in terms of arms race as well as strategic stability?
Who is your question posed to? Dr. Salek. Okay. Dr. Salek can go first. He's prepared.
The first question was, what is Pakistan's response to India's acquisition of advanced drone systems? Pakistan, if you know, is one of the major drone possessing countries. There are indigenously produced drones as well as the drones which have been acquired from other countries. I mentioned earlier also that recently Pakistan acquired Turkish Bayraktar drones, both in the Air Force and for the Navy. And then there are indigenous models like Sharper and others. Pakistan has also acquired drones from China, and which are, although the capabilities have not been publicly announced, but I am sure given the advance of Chinese technology now, they must be fairly advanced. India has acquired the MQ-9 drone from US particularly for their Navy. It's a long range drone, but it's very, very costly. As I said, it's 32, each drone costs $32 million. How many they can acquire? And I don't think so there is any need to worry on that account, because we are quite well off in terms of drones, and we can match any Indian capabilities which they are requiring. Obviously, if you acquire such costly systems, you cannot have them in numbers which you may like to have. And there's not much in public about their indigenous drone manufacturing capability, whereas Pakistan has demonstrated its indigenously produced drones as well. As far as satellites are concerned, there is nothing you can do about it. They have launched the satellites, and they will use them for surveillance and target acquisition. But what we have is that given our limited resources, we have a space development program, and according to that, we are also launching satellites, but certainly we cannot match the extent of India's space capability. Now, the question about AI, the drones, yes, this is the biggest problem, because humans have compassion. And if a soldier is carrying a weapon in the field and he's trying to shoot at a target, if he sees a small child or a woman or an old man coming in its way, he will stop from firing. But if it is a robot, it will not, it will just see it as a target. It cannot differentiate. It does not have emotions. It does not have compassion. And same is the case with the AI-enabled drones, the suicide drones, but there is a degree of control on those, because even these Shahid drones, which made a name in the Russia-Ukraine conflict, they are fed, they have to be fed with the coordinates of the target, and then they go and find their way and hit the target. So they are not totally out of control, but yes, there is a risk if you give total control to the AI, then that can cause problems. And finally, this question about unmanned underwater vehicles or the maritime drones, they certainly will impinge upon the second strike capability by threatening the submarine-based weapons and the submarines. But what will happen? If you do not have a short second strike capability in a crisis event, both sides will be having their fingers on the button. trying to beat each other to firing of their nuclear missiles. And that will be a very dangerous and unacceptable situation. So that is why there is a need to put some kind of limitation or regulation on the development and employment of these technologies, because they are going to cause problems. On the land, the drones will make it difficult for your mobile platforms to hide, and undersea, if the UUVs, they start threatening your submarines, it will create a very unstable situation, particularly in a conflict environment.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Zunera, would you like to respond?
Okay, I have your question was about cyber diplomacy. First of all, to respond to any cyber attack or any proactive approach towards your cybersecurity infrastructure, first of all, shifting towards proactive defense is the most important factor. You cannot go for cyber diplomacy avoiding any attacks or any I am going, because I'm a technical person, so I'm going to answer from technical perspective. If you have your strong reconnaissance and you know about your enemy well, so if you know about your enemy well, then you will not be afraid of any war or any threat. So in case of cyber diplomacy, you can, if you're aware about the capabilities of your opponent, then you will be well prepared, and you can, instead of launching a war or instead of launching an attack, you can have your unfortunately, in Pakistan, so far, we have not thought about it, and there is no diplomacy framework developed so far. Many countries already have their cyber diplomats and cyber diplomacy framework. So one thing, we can have it. And secondly, I want to answer the question which was asked previously, because we are now, almost everybody is using social media. So these social media were launched deliberately to collect information about individuals who are placed at different positions. So when human beings are considered the weakest link in security, and they are using all the platforms to share confidential information without realizing the classification level of the content they are sharing. So it means now if the more information is available on the web, so every country has now capability to develop their own databases or to develop their own capabilities to launch attack against them. It can be individuals, it can be organizations, it can be any particular infrastructure they are having. So this is the second question. And also, it is important because for both of the points, it is important, like if you can observe Russia-Ukraine war closely, you will find out that cyber warfare was the main component of it. If you can hamper the communication infrastructure of your enemy, then if they will not be confident about the decisions they are taking, no matter how strong systems they have. So if the communication infrastructure will be hampered, so they will not be confidently facing the battle. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Zunera. Dr. Adil, your turn.
Okay. I'll answer second question first, Abbas's question, because that links with what Dr. Zunera just said. Can databases could be critical infrastructure or a threshold? Yes, it depends upon how much are you dependent on these databases. For example, United States nuclear posture that has this caveat that they can possibly retaliate with nuclear weapons in case of a cyber attack. So for United States, that data would be very critical. For a society like Pakistan, we are not much automated at the moment, but for future, yes, if you start relying everything on automation, your vulnerability will also increase, and then your threshold can also change. So it depends case to case. For future, yes, this is going to be important consideration. The second question, the first question asked by Faizan was about India's hypersonic or preemptive possibilities. There's already the missile flight time between India and Pakistan is 5 to 7 minutes. So if you squeeze it to 2 minutes, what added benefit will you have against Pakistan? Negligible. But there are two reasons that India possibly is developing or integrating or into its military posture. First is prestige. Since all technologically advanced countries, they have demonstrated hypersonic weapons, India must acquire one and demonstrate that it has the potential to build hypersonic weapons. Otherwise, operationally, it won't have much impact on Pakistan. Second, I don't want to get into those scenario building exercises because for some it becomes too sensitive. But just to explain a situation, why India could possibly be thinking of deploying hypersonic weapons. And I'll not go into complete orbit or things like that. It's just about, there's a perception in India that if in case of a conventional military conflict, Pakistan would immediately resort to the use of its short-range ballistic missiles to deter India. Now, whether we do it or not, that's a perception because we have conventional responses. In 2019, we saw that conventional responses would always come first. But to deny that or to negate that possibility, probably India might be giving or signaling that if you deploy your nuclear weapons earlier, we have hypersonic weapons conventionally armed. So that could be for deterrence purpose, not to go for early deployment. Whether it sells or not, it's for the operational people to decide how they see this threat. But having that capability gives India additional advantage that they have some tools to reduce incentive for Pakistan for early mobilization of its nuclear weapons. So that could be an interpretation. Again, I'm saying I don't want to go into further details. Otherwise, there would be red lights blinking. So let's stop there. But it's for you to think about these issues. Why we debate these issues is that you should think about these scenarios because these capabilities are a reality. And these are going to be integrated by your adversaries in their military postures. So if you have better understanding of these capabilities and their impact, your responses would be more considerate and thought through. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Adil. Before I take the last set of 2 questions because the students have been waiting, I would like to ask if anybody from the senior participants is interested in asking a question. We can send them a mic if they have an interest or an intent to ask question. Otherwise, we can go ahead with you. Please ask.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm Mohammad Usman Karim from National Defense University. My question is directed towards Dr. Zunaira and Dr. Adil. As the 4th industrial revolution has changed the dynamics and it has shifted the balance towards the asymmetric means of the power. So how Pakistan can navigate in this global race for technological supremacy between US and China, as the developing countries usually take a side in these sort of competitions, like Pakistan had sided with the US in the Cold War. So, or either they hedge. So how Pakistan, what Pakistan can extract from this technological race between US and China?
Okay. The last
Assalamualaikum. My name is Anam and I'm a student of BSIR at School of Politics and International Relations, Qaeda University. So I'll pose just a brief question to Dr. Adil Sultan and Dr. Zunaira Jalil as well. And I will interlink the nuclear deterrence and cyber attacks, cyber technology both together. So you have just told about the nuclear deterrence. My question is that is it possible for the nuclear technology to attack on the nuclear stockpiles in any of the nuclear flashpoints of the world? So is there any possibility of nuclear Armageddon in the world or nuclear escalation? Thank you.
Thank you. Unfortunately, I'll have to apologize from the remaining, students who intend to ask questions. You can ask the questions in the interactive session during the lunch break, and the lunch is already, being warmed. So I will just quickly ask the panelists to respond to the questions so that we can conclude with the session. Dr. Zunaira, you can go first.
Okay, your first question is in the era of fourth industrial revolution, I won't say that we are not prepared. The capabilities we have, the cyber domain is the one where your mental capabilities, your intelligence, your rigorous efforts matter the most, because you are going to develop solutions to protect your infrastructures, to protect your networks, to protect your data assets. So all will be developed by humans. So I think that although I won't say that any single country is ready to face the challenge, because on daily basis, you will find news about cyber attacks getting launched in every part of the world. So all the threat intelligence, cyber threat intelligence platforms are giving you the stats. And by observing the stats, you can say that you cannot compare that how well prepared you are. Even the ones who are prepared are facing cyber attacks and are facing challenges. In Pakistan, because we are not fully digitalized. So since most of the information is not digitally available, so we are not much worried. But the information which is digitally available, the protection of that information is most important. And that information is well kept. Like if I talk about the cybersecurity measures or the protection methods used by national, if you look at your data, it is with NADRA, it is with the government agencies who are looking after the data, and it is well kept. Excuse me. So we cannot say that we are not ready, but definitely we need to do rigorous efforts to improve our readiness in terms of technology, in terms of capacity building, in terms of legal measures, which I mentioned before. And I think this was the question. And the second question was about, I don't remember now. I think it was from you. Thank you.
Okay. The term fourth nuclear industrial revolution, the technology people, they describe emerging technologies as such. We, the deterrence people, we talk about third nuclear age, where the impact of emerging technologies is having effect on nuclear deterrence. Now, talking about US-China competition of this technology and how Pakistan can benefit or compete in this race, I'll just briefly respond. You don't have to do everything what our adversaries are doing or others are doing. You have to assess your own requirement. You have to see your own resources. That includes technological base, and your own human resource. And you need to do as much as is essential. But the disagreement which I often have with my colleagues and everything, because this tendency of, since our adversary has developed something, we must acquire that into military capability. This is not how global technology transformation is taking place. Most of the technological developments are happening in the commercial side. And the military is all around. Instead of investing in creating those infrastructures to develop those technologies, they are benefiting from those commercial dividends, commercial technologies, and extracting the military dividends. So that's a model. Pakistan should also do that, because once you promote that commercial ventures, you focus on peaceful applications of these technologies, cyber, AI, everything, there would always be some dividends that you can extract and use it in the military, instead of creating structures that we need to have certain centers, certain things where we will first train human resource, and then we will start to think about what need to be produced, and then we start developing. By that time, the world would be 20 years ahead. So you won't be able to. But if you bring in commercial or the civilian side into it, you will have more opportunities for international collaboration. The technology would be more accessible. Your domestic infrastructure would enhance, and you can always use that on the military application. Nobody is going to stop you. So that's the model I had always been, although several of my colleagues, they don't agree with this. The last question about nuclear Armageddon. Yeah, as long as nuclear weapons are there, they remain usable. Because if they don't remain usable, they will stop deterring. And that's why all the major powers, all the nuclear weapon states, they continue to invest and continue to build nuclear inventories. And that's the danger. And that's why the concern is that we need to think about these issues, not as something isolated. Any nuclear use around the world would have global consequences. Any nuclear use between India and Pakistan would not be limited to this region. There would be millions of deaths, maybe billions affected. Because if a nuclear showdown happens, all-out nuclear war, it is not region specific then. There are cascading effects. So that's why we continue to emphasize, yes, some countries like Pakistan have compulsions because we live in a security environment where we were forced to develop these capabilities. But once you have acquired that capabilities, thinking about the possible use, that has to be rationalized, that has to be understood, and that's how you will develop future options and policies also. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. This brings us to the close of the panel. Before we present the souvenirs, I would like to thank all the three panelists for taking time out and for being very candid and generous in responding to the questions and for making this technical debate quite interesting for the public and the audience. And special thanks to Dr. Zunaira Jalil, because I can see that she is so feverish. She has a bad throat and still she managed to respond to all the questions. Thank you very much.
I now request respected Air Vice Marshal Fahimullah, Hilal-e-Imtiaz Military, to present souvenirs to our honorable panelists. Dr. Naeem Ahmed Saleh. Professor Zunaira Jalil. Dr. Adil Sultan. Thank you, sir. With this, the session comes to a close, bringing us to the most awaited part of the program. We will now have a lunch break. The session will resume at 2:45 p.m. All are requested to gather back at the auditorium by 2:30 p.m. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please settle down. We're about to start in 5 minutes. Welcome back after lunch, everyone. I'm Aisha Haq, BSIR 5th semester, and I'm the host for this session. Panel 3 is titled Non-Traditional Threats to National Security. Our moderator for this panel is Ms. Aisha Malik. Aisha Malik is cluster head for BSIR at the Department of Strategic Studies, Air University since August 2021. She has also served as a visiting faculty member at Quaid-e-Azam University and Bahria University, Islamabad. Currently, she is enrolled in a PhD at the School of Politics and IR at Quaid-e-Azam University, where her research is aimed at global governance discourses. Ma'am, you are requested to take your seat as a moderator. I will now introduce the distinguished speakers honoring us as panelists for this session. Dr. Salma Malik will be our first speaker. Ma'am, as I introduce you to the audience, you are requested to take your seat on the panel. Dr. Salma Malik is an associate professor, Department of Defense and Strategic Studies, Quaid-e-Azam University, Islamabad. She specializes in conflict and security studies and South Asian affairs and LMS of Uppsala University, Sweden, APCSS in Hawaii, and a visiting research fellow at Sandia National Labs, New Mexico. IISS London and various forums like the Regional Center for Strategic Studies. Dr. Malik has lectured at various prestigious national institutions. She holds a PhD in Defense and Strategic Studies from Quaid-e-Azam University, Islamabad.
Assalamu alaikum everyone and good afternoon. I'm Fatma Tazara from BS International Relations 2nd semester. Our second panelist for this session is Air Commodore Tauseefur Rahman. Air Commodore Dr. Tauseefur Rahman is serving as Project Director Technology at National Aerospace Science and Technology Park. He is also Project Director of Project Green AI. Dr. Tauseef has completed his master's and PhD degrees from School of Electrical and Computer Engineering, Georgia Institute of Technology, USA in 2005 and 2010 respectively. He has authored several scientific papers, book chapters, and advised on multiple MS theses. Sir, thank you for your presence. Mr. Adam Weinstein is a third speaker on this panel. Adam Weinstein is Deputy Director of the Middle East Program at the Quincy Institute, whose current research focuses on security and rule of law in Afghanistan, Pakistan, and Iraq. Before coming to the Quincy Institute, he worked for KPMG's international trade practice and assisted multinational clients in navigating Asia's changing trade landscape, incorporating human rights due diligence into supply chains, managing sanctions, and utilizing free trade agreements. Sir, thank you for your presence. With this, I hand over the proceedings to our panel moderator, Ms. Aisha Malik.
Thank you so much, and thank you everyone for congregating back after this, the delicious lunch, and I hope you all had your pudding. So sugar rush is on, and I expect you all to be back with full of your energies to participate in this last panel for the day. And in this panel, we are honored to be joined by this esteemed panelist here, who are going to engage in the intersection of climate security, geoeconomics, and food security, along with regional dynamics of non-traditional security threats for Pakistan and the region. So with this, I'm here to request our first panelist for the day, Air Commodore Dr. TAUSEEF Rahman, who is going to speak on mitigating food security risks through new technologies. Sir, floor is yours.
Thank you, Aisha. I'll start with the slight disclaimer. I'm not a climate expert or a agriculture or food security expert. By profession, I'm a technologist, and most of my life has been spent basically developing technologies in the domain of high performance computing and electronic systems. But lately, in Pakistan, we have been involved in measures where we're taking a deeper look at how to introduce technology for solving some of our own problems. What is very crucial, one is that in both the issues, whether it is climate change or sustainable agriculture, both these initiatives are not local to Pakistan, they're global challenges. And unfortunately, humanity as a whole has lost the initiative on both of these things. For the last 100 years, the practices, human practices have resulted in huge challenges in both the domains, whether it's agriculture or climate change. So we've been debating about whether climate change is a natural phenomenon or due to our contribution, but that debate is over now. The climate change is there, and we need to deal with it. So looking at something this consequential, this huge, there is no doubt a requirement to have a collective and collaborative approach when solving problems of this magnitude. So being in the Air Force and looking at setting up some sustainable technology initiatives, which could be sustained economically as well as concentrated, because some of these efforts of technology are very, very human resource intensive. And unless you figure out the systems that go around building technology sustainably, you cannot introduce technology. So you are always dependent on foreign, and that's been the case for Pakistan most of our history. We are big importers of technology. We get it from overseas. And until recently, we had the money to support those initiatives. But that situation is quite stressed, as we, as a nation, are very familiar. Our economic conditions are not in the best of the states. So on that, the inward focus has been to now look at self-reliance efforts in a more sustainable fashion. Historically, most of our self-reliance in the technology domain has been focused in the public sector. And if you look historically worldwide, all of these, whether it's the US or it's the developed countries from the West in the Europe, the public sector always takes the lead, because when you start in a new technology venture, the risk is very high. And generally, private enterprise is reluctant to get into such high. So by that, if you are familiar, NASA publishes a spin-off journal every year. And that constitutes that all the technologies that have been developed for the space program, what impact they've had across various sectors, whether it's health, agriculture, food security. So they play a role in that. So I'm involved in a project called Green AI, and it's being run from a platform called National Aerospace Science and Technology Park, where we're trying to bring together a triple helix innovation system within Pakistan, firstly looking inwards, but then as the state of technology is internationally, you have to build your international linkages as well. So no one product in the world right now exists where the complete supply chain or the value chain resides with one organization or one country. So you are dependent on other people. But within the triple helix, if those who are not familiar, triple helix involves a collaborative arrangement between government, industry, and academia. So all societies, all countries have these three components. Then by default, everybody should have triple helix mechanisms working, but it doesn't work that way. So you have to simulate it and you have to create platforms where they start interacting. So for that, we created a national platform called National Aerospace Science and Technology Park. From there, we're running a project called Green AI, which is bringing aerospace, AI, and supercomputing technologies to the domain of agriculture. So this is a multi-ministries initiative being spearheaded by National Aerospace Science Technology Park. I'm the founding project director of that. And the idea is actually to use the best of the minds that we have in-house from the public sector, take their expertise, link it with the private sector potential in the country, and bring drones and supercomputing and AI, artificial intelligence, and some of the other technologies which are required for precision agriculture in Pakistan so that we can solve some of our food security issues. So in that, we are, for the drones, I can just quickly mention, and then perhaps I can take questions on that. The drones represent a focal point where we as a new entrant in the aerospace industry provides a low barrier to entry. If you are building drones, I think we recently launched an incubation program where most of our young entrepreneurs want to build drones. And the applications of drones in civilian applications are just mushrooming. But the maturity of those technologies is not up to a level where they can actually compete with DJI, for instance, or some of the more developed solution providers. So we are bringing the best of the minds to bring the solutions to a practical level where they can be used in agriculture. Our primary issues as far as national security is concerned, drones have to be operated in a very, very secure fashion, as well as ensure flight safety concerns regarding the operation of drones in civilian airspace. So for that, we are creating a comprehensive framework, starting from a model of cooperative drones, and then working with a airspace management center, which authorizes their flight plans. So this will not only allow drones to be utilized in agriculture in a very responsible fashion, but also open up applications in other areas. So there's similar initiative that we are taking in Green AI, and I'll be happy to answer questions as they emerge. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Air Commodore Dr. Tauseefur Rahman. Dr. Tauseefur Rahman was enlightening us on technological use for agricultural development. This brings us to the second panelist talk time, and Dr. SALMA MALIK is here with us as our second panelist for this session, where her topic is going to be geopolitics versus geoeconomics, seeking a practical way forward. Ma'am, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Aisha, and I'm most grateful to the Air University, to Dr. Adil Sultan, and to all the visible and silent sponsors for this conference. I gather it's been a wonderful day for most of you. We'll help you sleep further because now that you must be launching into the fourth comma, so we'll do our best, if at least I'll do my best, to get into this topic of geoeconomics versus geopolitics. Pakistan, since its inception, has been referred to as a country which is very pivotal in its dimensions and dynamics. We are pivotally placed. We are part of several regions, and without us, nothing can happen. This is the buzzword, or this is the mantra we have all been taught upon. And to a greater extent, that is still true. But the very fact is that being at the central junction of so many regions, does that make things easy for us or not? And is being a pivot more important, or being a zipper state more important? This is a debate that keeps on happening. When we say the pivot, there's a lot of virtually traffic going around us. It's adding to the pollution, it's adding to the dirt in the girth, and everything that comes with so much of traffic. But is that traffic actually providing us any positive ratings? Is it positively affecting us from within is the main question. But since we look at the Cold War model, one thing was obvious and evident, that the last chapter of the Cold War happened right next door. and Pakistan became extremely relevant. And even prior to that, if you're looking at the Cold War, the 1960s and then the 1970s, to a certain extent, again, Pakistan was very relevant. And this is something, this episodic relevance of Pakistan is something that we have taken very seriously. And most of our not only alignments, but relationships have been kind of tinted as a result of this episodic relevance. And whenever the US went out of this region, given its self-interest, we thought we were not relevant enough anymore, or we were not, we didn't really want masters. We wanted friends, and our power relationship would start shifting in that direction. And this episodic relevance has actually played on the national psyche and the sentiment of the state. However, when you look at this picture in a larger context, geopolitics, this is what geopolitics dictates us, but geopolitics is also a game about geoeconomics. If you have strong economy, only then you can be a strong geopolitical player. So technically, this is how I'm going to sum up my conversation, but just to elaborate on this further, if we look at colonization, we look at the Cold War, we look at the time period after the Cold War that led to this effort towards globalization, which for many of the state actors trickled down to regionalism. And now today's world, where again we have somewhat of a new globalization, a new Cold War taking shape, again, the entire dynamics, the entire concentration remains on economy. And it has remained on economy. Even during the Cold War, it was also not only the political and the strategic alliances, it was also the access to the markets, it was controlling of the markets, controlling of the major sea routes, and all of this supplemented, complemented, work hand in glove with the economics as well as the strategic mantra. So you cannot divorce or ignore any of these two aspects when you're looking at the holistic picture. For Pakistan, this debate about geoeconomics happened a lot more since the unfolding of the NSP, the National Security Policy, in 2022. And everyone started to think and state that Pakistan has lost its reason to exist. We have turned traitors. We are no longer concentrated towards Kashmir. We are no longer focused towards our traditional enemies. We have played to the galleries. We are trying to appease certain things. These were the memes and the mantras that were going on. But the very fact is that if you look behind this visible picture, the name of the game simply is economics. Unless and until you have sound economy, you cannot have a sound strategic posturing as well. So when we looked at the Cold War, or when we looked till the 1990s, Pakistan had the typical alliances, it had the typical posturing. And when you look beyond the 1990s, which was a transformative time frame, where we saw a very gradual yet steady transition and transformation of the entire global community towards a geoeconomic posturing, unfortunately, that moment of reckoning for Pakistan was somewhat missed. Why was it missed? Because Pakistan still remained deeply embroiled in its traditional security narrative as well as perspective. We had the same enemy wrestle right next to us. We had the same Afghanistan on one side, India, and on the other side, Afghanistan, that had very different connotations for Pakistan. Then the Kashmir Jihad started. And all of these things required us to absolutely focus on geopolitics rather than the new trend that was emerging in the world, moving towards geoeconomics than geopolitics or geostrategy. Furthermore, we also have had this notion where the Chinese, as good friends, came to Pakistan in the early 1990s, and they advised Pakistan that this is the time when you should actually put your contentious issues on a back burner and concentrate towards your development and sustainability. Now, interestingly, I remember we were young interns, like several of you, who were tasked to look deeper into this Chinese statement and why have the Chinese said it? And then we had to sugarcoat it and say, no, 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 they absolutely mean that they are very strong on Kashmir. But we missed the main point, and that was that Kashmir is going to remain where it is. It is not exactly a frozen conflict. It is a conflict which is very much alive. So for the sake of being politically correct, I wouldn't call it a frozen conflict. Yet the fact is that unless Pakistan has the right toolkit to fight the Kashmir war or fight the Kashmir fight, we would not be able to do much if we remain in the current situation. During most of the 1990s, Pakistan's economic positioning wasn't so bad. So we could afford to miss the writing on the wall. But if we look in the hindsight, the wisdom that came with that particular statement, that put your contentious issues on a back burner, build your energies, which meant have a robust economy, a sustainable economy that can then give you the wings, the military wings to fight your contentious issues, just stay calm. And that is exactly what China did. And that was the lesson it was trying to give to its many friends with entire sincerity. However, today, when you look back, you realize what the wisdom that particular foresight brought with it. But most of the time, when we look at this geopolitics and geoeconomic factor, as I said, the NSP was a starting point for Pakistan when suddenly you wake up with this root shock and you think that climate change and health security and so many other factors are being talked about. What about Kashmir? What about nuclear weapons? What about India? Have we sold out to the Modi brigade? But you don't realize that unless your inner house is in order, this will not work. But most of the time, what we have been technically looking at, and the NSP talked about safety, security, dignity, and prosperity of all citizens as part of comprehensiveness of the national security. And my dear friend Rabia Akhtar, in one of these recent monographs that she penned, along with Muid Yusuf, who was chief architect of the NSP, they write about the strategic depth, which is not a spatial phenomenon, but strategic depth, which is actually a result of all of these internal strengths that provides any country with that depth that it can play out its strategy very well. You don't have money, you can't buy fuel. You can't buy fuel, you can't run your tanks. So it all works in tandem with one another. And I think because my sale pitch today is for geoeconomics, but I would also say that geoeconomics and geopolitical politics are hand in glove with each other. And you cannot look at either of these two apparently distinctive aspects without clubbing it with the other. So these are they not only complement each other, they are the two sides of the same coin, and you have to understand how this phenomenon would work. So would the pivot of the pivot change for Pakistan if we go from geopolitics to geoeconomics? I don't really think so. It just provides us with that strength, the strategic depth that I just mentioned, that is required to build this aspect. As a teacher, when I look at many of my students who appear to be very dismal about how the future would unfold, this is the lack of strategic depth or the rapidly depleting strategic depth that we are talking about. And if we lose this brain drain, we lose this capacity, then we have a brain drain. And that brain drain is not going to return to the country in the coming years. And this is a precious loss that would further work negatively to build that strategic depth that we have. Secondly, if we purely take geoeconomics and divorce it from geopolitics or attempt to divorce it from geopolitics, then what about the economic corridors and the economic corridor wars that are taking place, which are now initially we thought CPEC is a game changer. Game changer for what? Turning the economy. But are we really taking CPEC as a game changer? Are we just using this word as a nice meta narrative to sell to ourselves more than to the international community? Rather, for many of the international community, CPEC or BRI makes them very uncomfortable. And because it makes them uncomfortable, they feel that they should also enter into this corridor war. So now we have this fast-paced nomenclatures of one IMEC and CPEC and so many other BRI and so many other factors that are going with this. Lastly, because Aisha is already showing me her smartwatch, which is pretty cool, I would say that I would just like going for those practical implementations. I would quickly go to few aspects. How do we achieve geoeconomics to have better geopolitics? Number one, reforms internal, course correction internal. And once we realize, number one, of course, I would say prioritize your needs. Prioritize your needs, recognize what your issues are, then prioritize your needs, have a roadmap, a national action plan, which should be two-pronged, initially internal, leading to reforms, to course correction, to having the right type of structural adjustments that do not tax the poor. I am a poor teacher, and allow the rich to go scot-free, but it should be a very comprehensive reform that helps everyone and has inclusivity. External, winning markets, connectivity. We have the best opportunity for the moment when we look at CPEC, connecting into the BRI. We are not the only one who are connected to the BRI, so are the Indians. It's how you're selling your merchandise. We need to have a good marketing strategy. We need to build a narrative correctly, and that is very much important. What type of alignments that we are constructing, and how are we going to play with those alignments? If it is a time of minilateralism, how do we go about doing that? I'll just take 1.5 minutes and I'm finished. Then we need to construct a sustainable futuristic lens into how this entire situation is going to work. We really play up to the fact that we are relevant to the world. But how are we relevant? We say, okay, if you ignore us, here comes the nuclear bomb, that's negative relevance. We really need to, or that's at least the discourse that goes out. We need to bring positive relevance, and the positive relevance in the longer run would only be through geoeconomics and the strength that comes with this. We need permanency in our relationship with all the countries, friends, allies, old friends, new friends in the making, rather than have episodic engagements. And let's not try to be spoilers always. Let's try to see how we do. Do we have a regional approach? We don't. So how do we build a regional approach? That is very important, because there's neither physical connectivity nor digital or any other connectivity that we have at the moment. And then again, I would say the word relevance, permanent relevance, is the most important buzzword. Thank you so much, Aisha.
Thank you so much, ma'am. And without any further delay, I would request our third panelist for this session, Adam Weinstein, and who is going to talk on non-traditional security threats to national and regional development. Please go ahead.
Apparently, I've had my mic on the entire time. Hopefully that added. Thank you to Air University for having me. I have to say, I agree with the advice that you referenced that China gave Pakistan in the 1990s about putting controversial issues and contentious issues on the back burner and focusing on development. And I think that's good advice for the world, including my country. And so with that, I'm going to talk about non-traditional threats. And to be clear, I'm not an expert in non-traditional threats, but so I guess my presentation will be a little bit less technical than my colleagues. I think when we talk about non-traditional threats, we have to consider, how do we reframe how we prioritize threats? I've been coming to conferences in this city since 2017. And of course, I frequently go to similar conferences in DC or New York. And there's dozens upon dozens of conferences about terrorism and non-state actors and Afghanistan and so forth. And these are important issues. In fact, they're the issues I typically focus on. And I think you heard from my colleague Elizabeth Thelkeld earlier today to talk about Afghanistan, and I'm sure she gave a very incisive, insightful presentation. But I'm going to suggest that even though those areas are what I typically focus on, we focus too much on those areas. Maybe I shouldn't be saying that. I just think the number of conferences, the number of discussions we have in our respective capitals over terrorism and CT, when it is disproportionate when we consider that the existential threats for this country and for the world are climate change, economic development, food security, and things like this. I'm going to reference the Department of Defense's, the US Department of Defense's 2022 National Defense Strategy in terms of what they considered non-traditional threats. And they listed climate change, emerging technologies like AI, cyber threats, pandemics and health security, growing food insecurity, displacement, and migration. And I'd say that, in my opinion, the non-traditional threats that are most relevant to South Asia and Pakistan in particular are macroeconomic instability, climate change, food and energy insecurity, and the brain drain of its younger population, which you spoke about. So let's talk about climate and environment for a moment. I just came back from Peshawar yesterday, and I think if I told most people in the US I spent a couple days in Peshawar, they would ask me about, or even most people in Pakistan who are focused on policy, they might say, well, let's have a discussion about the security situation there. What's the security situation vis-a-vis TTP or ISKP and so forth? And these, of course, are important issues. But I went and stood on the roof of a building near the Frontier Corps fort, and I couldn't even see the Mahabat Khan Mosque because the air pollution was so bad yesterday. And I think it was at 256 AQI, even higher than Lahore's. And when we think about what is a threat that is advancing rapidly and that we aren't paying attention to, it really is climate change. It really is pollution. I mean, that is something that is affecting the people of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa and the people of this country and the people of the world on a daily basis. I was here in Pakistan just before the 2022 floods. And of course, we all know that 1/3 of Pakistan was submerged in water during those floods. And the floods resulted in the death or injury of, I think, around 15,000 people, with 8 million people permanently displaced, or displaced at the time, and 1.5 million people permanently displaced. If a non-state actor was able to achieve those kinds of figures, we would be in an absolute crisis mode. And yet, I'm here a little over a year later, and it's almost, in my opinion, as if the floods didn't happen. And I feel that way when I have these discussions in the United States and abroad too. And I think that's unfortunate. I know there are people who are focused on climate resilience who are doing that work every day, but I think it's important to keep these threats up front and center when we think about our priorities. Pakistan has been quite good at crafting a narrative about climate reparations and climate resilience, but we have to ask ourselves, will the donors actually come through when there's a different crisis every month in the world? They made pledges, they made very strong pledges, but is that money actually going to come to Pakistan, and how will it be used when it does? There weren't significant floods this year, thank God, but what if there had been? Have the steps been taken in terms of climate resilience to prevent a repeat of 2022? I don't think so. Some of the recommendations that were made during the floods of 2010 weren't implemented yet. So I think Pakistanis can't wait for climate action in the global north. Climate action is important. The global north has a moral responsibility to make major changes. I would argue that, of course, Pakistan is part of the globalized world and in some sense imports its carbon footprint in terms of remittances, in terms of donor money, in terms of IMF money. This is not green money. This money comes from the same productivity that produces carbon emissions around the world. But of course, this is a problem that in terms of having a permanent solution, the global north has an ethical obligation to take the lead. But the reality is Pakistanis can't wait for that. Even if the global north took every single action that it has promised to take and made climate change a front and center priority, the change wouldn't occur quickly enough to protect Pakistanis from the next flood. The next flood is the conditions that will create the next flood are already in motion. That train has left the station, so to speak. And that's why climate resilience is so important. and implementing the lessons of 2010 and implementing the lessons of 2022. And climate resilience has to be Pakistani-led, but I think the United States and the international community really can help when it comes to climate change and climate resilience initiatives. And of course, the United States is already doing that. The Recharge Pakistan program is a $77.8 million partnership to build Pakistan's resilience to climate change. And that of course, that funding is coming from the United States. The Green Alliance framework is in motion. There's $4.45 million in U.S. Department of Agriculture funding to strengthen fertilizer efficiency and effectiveness of farmers in Pakistan. I'm sure my colleague could speak more to that than I could. USAID has new activities in Pakistan to promote climate smart agriculture and climate finance. And the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers is sharing weather data and glacier melt data with the Pakistani military of Pakistani Ministry of Climate Change, and probably the Pakistani military too, to enhance flood forecasting and disaster response capabilities. So I think the United States really is a partner in this, but of course, the ultimate climate resilience has to be Pakistani-led. Now, of course, climate change doesn't just have an effect on people's lives, it has an effect on the economy, with economic losses of at least 2.2% of GDP from the last floods, and it probably greater over time. And I think that's a good transition to another non-traditional security threat, which is the economy. And I'm not an economist, so I'm going to really focus on a few areas where I think I have some firsthand experience. I think Pakistan's economy faces a brain drain that does present perhaps not an existential threat, but a significant threat to its economic development. At least 450,000 Pakistanis have left the country in search of better economic opportunities in the first half of 2023 alone. And there's a net migration. There was a net migration of nearly 500,000 in 2021. And of course, these aren't just random Pakistanis, but these are some of the best and brightest Pakistanis who are seeking opportunities abroad. I know so many bright, motivated Pakistani students who are doing everything they can do to leave the country and not return. And I think that's incredibly unfortunate. And we have to think about what are ways to incentivize ambitious Pakistanis, young Pakistanis, to remain in the country, not to leave and take their talents elsewhere. I think academic exchanges are important for that. And of course, the United States Pakistanis make up the largest cohort of Fulbright exchange students to the United States. And that's a very important program. And I think I don't represent the US government, but I think the United States should be proud of that. And as an American, I'm proud of that. China has been a source of academic exchanges. I was on a flight last year from Islamabad to Karachi, and a young woman was seated next to me, and I could tell that she was a bit nervous. And I asked her, "Is this the first time you've been on a plane?" And she said, "Yes." I said, "Where are you going?" And she said to China to study for medical school. So China has been an important partner for that. But I think we have to increase our academic exchanges, especially in the United States. And then we also have to think about, well, after an academic exchange, after a young Pakistani receives training abroad, what are they coming back to in Pakistan? And that's the same for if you're getting a master's degree or other graduate degree or undergraduate degree in Pakistan. Is there a job waiting for you? Is there upward mobility? And I think that's something that the Pakistani state has to solve, but the international community can help. And lastly, because I can tell I'm getting to the end of my time, I think we have to resist the urge to securitize these non-traditional security threats. There's often a conversation in Washington and also in Islamabad that, well, the real threat of climate change is that there's going to be internal migration, and that's going to cause terrorism. Or the real threat of economic collapse is that non-state actors are going to take advantage of that somehow, and they're going to engage in terrorism. No, the real threat of climate change is climate change. The real threat of economic collapse is not having a functioning economy. So I think we need to make sure that we don't securitize these challenges and we address them as they are. And with that, I'll leave you.
Thank you so much. That was truly enlightening, and we are left with last 30 minutes for the day, where we have Q&A session for this panel now. And I would request all the students or everyone from the audiences who intend to ask a question, please be brief. It has to be one-liner and make space for others. And for reference, your questions should be directed towards particular panelist, and they can be about technology for agriculture and is geoeconomics the way forward or climate security? So please be brief. Gentleman from the left side, please.
My name is Junaid. I'm from BS 5th semester. My question is, anyone can answer this if I have this leverage too. How you see the food security of Pakistan? Is it a governance issue or a security issue?
Okay, thank you. Gentleman to the right, please.
Thank you for recognizing. My question is from Mr. Adam WEINSTEIN. That as we know that now in today 21st century, there's a rise of black market and dark web. So even the Pentagon was hacked once, and including the Facebook and CIA.
We cannot hear you. Please be a little loud and clear.
My question is for Mr. Adam WEINSTEIN. That as we know, we are living in 21st century. So even the black market and the dark web is on its peak. So even the Pentagon was hacked once, CIA, including the Facebook, was hacked. So what measurement and what framework is the USA as a superpower is taking to counter that the rise of the technology that is going in the hand of the third world party for non-state actors, including terrorism, including human trafficking, smuggling in the third world countries. So what's the stance of the USA and what is the USA as a superpower is aiming to do? And
yeah, that's too much questions, too many of them. So we get your point. Thank you. Gentleman to the left, please.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Abdul Samad. I am from BSIR 4th semester. My question is to Mr. Adam. I wanted to ask that is climate change really that big of an issue? Because these top climate change activists like Greta Thunberg, they travel around in their private jets and then tell us to cut our fuel consumption and carbon footprints. If these people that advocate for climate security, they are not actually taking this seriously, then why should we? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So that's for the first round of questions. And the first one is directed towards any of you, whoever feel comfortable to answer this one, that how do you see food security? Is it a governance issue?
Okay, Aisha, if you allow, I can
Please
take this question.
Please.
So to answer, there's no simple answer to how the food security issue came around. Some of these things, like any problem, requires a deeper thinking and looking and not putting a blame approach that blame something. We have to look at it a very comprehensive approach. So the food security issue has not come up. And as Adam was pointing out, I was recollecting his recent experience in a visit recently to Peshawar and the air pollution. And I was living in Peshawar about 30 years back, and I can relate to that pollution was even then an issue. So inaction and not basically taking up a proactive approach to these issues, that's the fundamental reason. But in particular for food security, what we are looking at that there's been a huge gap between looking at what is happening on the ground. And some of my colleagues recently, they actually pointed out that as the food moved from rural settings to urban, and we as consumers, we lost touch of how the food is getting made. So the same is the policy. We don't care where the food comes from, what goes into it, and we get it very conveniently. And then we're able to store it in our refrigerators, in our stores, and we have a very easy access to food. This has actually affected, this effect is across the globe. So similarly, there's been a systematic insensitivity to what is going on the ground, what is happening. When I recently got involved in agriculture, coming from an aerospace background, my imagination was that Pakistan is an agricultural country And this has been since our inception, and 75 years, even today, we say agriculture is our backbone. So there must be some focused efforts going on in this. But unfortunately, what we realized is that agriculture has been tremendously neglected. There have been some revolution, mechanized agriculture came back in the 60s, but after that, there's been a lot of neglect, and there's been a disconnect between the source of generation and the way the policy has responded. Going forward, I think the solution lies not just in policy alone. Right now, as I mentioned, technology is very well poised to bring about a change because whether it is fintech, whether it is basically putting together comprehensive GIS frameworks that put together information, make it available for policymakers as well as the different stakeholders of the agriculture. So in this regard, what we did was we initiated a national blueprint study, which is being conducted by an independent organization. And what we're looking at is all stakeholders' inputs are critical. So before we can point the finger to policy makers, we have to make sure that we know what do we want, where the solution is going to come about. Generally, our approach is very, very superficial. We don't think deep enough where the problem lies, which solution is going to have the maximum impact. And we just roll out strategies very easily picked up from other case studies. So case studies are very important, but every challenge is very, very localized. And generally, the way nature works, the solution lies also in the localized values. But you have to apply your mind. You have to look at what is critical. You have to pick your priorities, what is going to have the maximum impact. There are very subtle policy changes if the policymakers are able to implement those. And we've seen in the past, the Civilian Drone Regulatory Authority came up in the previous government, but there was no way to execute its charter. There is no technological basis to safely operate. So it actually, to answer your question, I think we need a deeper analysis and then look what the problem is, and then see whether policy is going to fix it, whether some of the fundamental involvement of our a society as general. Because what I believe in is that we must start with, the starting point is not when you're finding a solution that all the problems around you. You should basically look at what are the endowments, what are you gifted with. So the immediate gifts, young generation, as Adam was pointing out, a huge demand for our, and there, as we're moving along, as we're seeing things unfolding in Saudi Arabia and elsewhere in the country, the demand for bright people is going to be on the rise. So unless we have certain retention strategies for this brain, everything is going to leave here. So we have to have a retention strategy for Pakistani brilliant minds to stay back and invest in their country. I can tell you, if you list the state of nations across the world, we are one of the most endowed nations in the world. But our self-belief or our basically is on the decline. So that needs to come up as society. We need to become believers in ourselves, and then we need to craft solutions which are very, very pertinent to solving solutions so huge and so catastrophic. What I was just mentioning, that the soil of Punjab, which is the heart of agriculture, is all barren.
Yeah.
If you look at it, it's the quality, it's all bad.
Yes. And if I could actually weigh in a little that it's about the myth breaking. The knowledge says otherwise, that society, what has been created as a myth for Pakistanis is that society is feudal and economy is agricultural, but both are myth. Ma'am, you want to weigh in? All right, so we can move forward with our other two questions, which are directed at Adam Weinstein. And one was about black market and hacking and US role. If you want to respond to that, your choice. And the other one is climate change real?
I have to be honest. Well, first of all, two of the questions were directed at the least qualified panelist up here. So I'm not sure why that is. But the first question about hacking, I'm simply not qualified enough to answer that. So I'll have to direct you elsewhere. But the question about climate change, I mean, I would say, why should Pakistanis care? I can't speak to what plane Greta flies in. I just don't know. If you want to talk about the hypocrisy of Western activists, we could talk about that for the next hour. I agree with you. But why should Pakistanis care about climate change? Well, if you live in interior Sindh or you live in Swat and you were swept away by the floods, it's obvious why you should care. You should care because over 30 million of your fellow countrymen had their lives turned upside down by climate change. Now, obviously, it's up to the West and China to reduce carbon emissions, but it's up to Pakistan to implement climate resilience that stops its citizens from being swept away in the next flood that will inevitably come. So that's why Pakistanis should care about climate change. And I think in some sense, who cares what the West is doing? Is Pakistan a regional leader or isn't it? And on climate change, it should be.
Yeah, thank you. I hope the question is answered. And with this, we are moving to the second round of question and answer session. And Miss on the right side of the queue, please. Please introduce yourself and be brief.
Hi, I'm Mehek and I'm an MPhil student at Air University. I'm studying strategic studies. My question is from Adam. My question is that we're talking about non-traditional security threats. So the US being a regional hegemon, shouldn't it care about the non-traditional security threats that we are facing in space? And also media, is it also a non-traditional security threat, seeing that how it's causing misinformation and disinformation these days? So kindly let me know about that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Gentleman to the left, please.
I will jump in. I'm sorry.
Okay, that's
being a faculty member.
sorry. Yes, Sir Sabir, faculty
you.
member.
Two questions. Both are related to governance. One, we need to take a very close look at what is happening in our society. Our agricultural land is converted to colonies. Right? Everybody is destroying the agricultural land or koi bana raha hai, koi colony and everything. Khyber Pakhtunkhwa is almost transformed into colonies. So you don't have that sugarcane product anymore. Second, geopolitics or geoeconomics. But who will decide whether geopolitics is more important or geoeconomics is more important? If the policy makers are not taking geoeconomics seriously, then geopolitics will dominate geoeconomics. And our policy makers will try to look at the world from geostrategic lenses. So whatever the mantra created around the strategic significance of the country, we need to convert it into economic, like the geoeconomic significance of the country. Who will do that? Who will try to write a different discourse or develop a different narrative?
Okay.
If those who have controlled the narrative are still thinking in the geostrategic manner. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes.
Ji, Assalamu alaikum.
Clapping on the question. Wow, that's influence of the faculty member here. Go ahead.
Please. Assalamu alaikum, Wajahat Ali, and thank you so much to Ma'am Aisha and the AA University for accepting our application. I just came from Lahore. I recently completed my MPhil International Relations from there. And particularly, I'm working on human security perspective and on the national security policy human centered context. My question from Ms. Salma is, like, as you talk about the CPAC and the other thing, like in last 10 years, we have seen many rhetoric and other things. Is this policy is going to be a same thing like that, or we will follow it? But what I feel like this policy is from about from last 2 years, this policy is in public discourse. I think this is a good thing. But main problem is we don't have consistency in our policies. That's, I think, one of the major problem. Like a person who has to do a MPhil or a PhD, it approximately take 10 to 5 years. But policies in our country are not continued. This is the problem. Like how we can address this issue? Like anyone can, state institution or politician, they are not consistent. Please, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. That brings us to the close of this round for questions. So first question was directed at Adam, again, it's you. So non-traditional security and what is US's role in that?
Yeah, the only part of the question I heard was about space.
Yeah.
Our former president did start the Space Force. I'm not an expert on that, but I do think of course, investment in NASA, and this is beyond my expertise, but investment in NASA and investment in considering threats like comets and asteroids and other certain cybersecurity threats and the issue of satellites and things like that. I'm speaking way beyond my depth. I do think that's a priority for the United States. My personal opinion is that the United States should probably invest more in NASA, but I'm speaking as an individual because this is beyond my expertise. In terms of the US approach to non-security threats overall, I guess my criticism of my own country's approach is that I think sometimes it gets securitized. Again, it's what I said at the closing of my remarks. We shouldn't think about mass migration or climate change in terms of traditional security threats, such as the effects it might have on terrorism and so forth. We should consider these threats on their own, on their face, because they're already threatening enough. So I think we have to resist the urge to securitize non-traditional security threats like climate change. And I think the United States should do that and is beginning to do that more.
Thank you. So Dr. Salma, next two questions are directed towards you. The first one was, who will decide that what pivot do we want? And the second one was, is geoeconomics going to sustain itself? Yeah, that was for Dr. Salma. No, it was more about that who is going to decide.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Well, I think time is a decider. Time is a decider. If we don't take action on what is happening around us and we don't comprehend the reality facing us in the in front of us, we'll stand losers. Second thing is, at least the NSP that we talk about, we don't own it too much because there was a regime change, and that partly leads to your question as to the ownership as well as sustainability of any policy that we have. At least we made an attempt, and there is a document. As much as you would like to buy it or not subscribe to it, there is a way forward. So there's a there's an action plan. However, interestingly, as soon as it was unfolded, the regime changed. And the new regime that came, they packaged the same thing in a different tone by saying we need to turn around the economy. So technically, the administration or the governments of the days were owning up the reality facing them in the face. That is, geoeconomics is the right thing. We have an economy which is in a very poor shape. So if we still keep on harping on geopolitics or geostrategic, that's not going to even help us do the geopolitics. So unless we address the economic aspect, so that factor is there. As for the ownership and sustainability, once you start on that path, you are compelled to take not only the ownership as well as also see to it that the ball keeps rolling. And this can be an optimistic approach, but at least it is there.
Thank you. Sir, you also want to weigh in?
There was a question regarding the urbanization of our agricultural land. So I'll just quickly, I think the insensitivity to some of these things that we are observing, lush green agricultural land transforming into housing colonies. So this is basically the short-sightedness, because we do these housing colonies as basically an economic benefit. So we want to reap economic benefit. Unless we have the cost, what is it going to cost in the economic sense, the biggest sense, the dollar value of that gets calculated. So the good news is that with some of the initiatives that we are doing, we are bringing down a national cloud, which is in a GIS framework, going to put all this information in. So if you transform an agricultural land into, so that you can have the cost of what is going to be the loss. There's land on which you had mangoes in Multan that's been turned into a housing colony. What is the cost? So you have to assess that cost. So unless that mechanism is there, our decisions are going to be insensitive to some of these realities, which you're only going to realize after time. So there again, technology plays a role. And just to quickly address a question relating cybersecurity, as we are going to into this digital infrastructure growth, we are very vulnerable. So as our people across the globe vulnerable to cybersecurity threats, As the digital infrastructure grows in Pakistan, we'll also be. And that I think is also a threat, but it's a big opportunity. So we see a lot of bright brains which can come in and make this this infrastructure that is coming up to cybersecurity threat resilience. That is very, very critical. I think as critical as the climate resilience is. So as we grow our digital infrastructure to address some of these challenges, which is crucial, it is not optional. Some of these things cannot be brought about the collaboration and collective response unless we have the digital infrastructure in place.
Right. Thank you so much, sir. So this brings us to the last round of question and answer, and I would request faculty members who are raising constantly hands, please be patient. And yes, Dr. Afsa, please.
Thank you very much. I have a very quick question from Mr. Adam Weinstein. You said that climate change and the associated threats do not need to be securitized. But my question is that in places where another category of threats are already hyper-securitized, don't you think that in those places, securitizing the alternative threats which are not very much seen and which are quite ignored, they need to be securitized in those places?
Thank you. And Dr. Adil?
Sorry for the youngsters.
Yeah, they can wait.
Okay. I could have offered my comments in the concluding remarks, but then it wouldn't have been fair because I want to see the response also. And this is about geopolitics versus geoeconomics. Absolutely. The youngsters need to know, hear the other side of the stories also. To be critical about it, this pivot to geoeconomics, this phrase itself is misleading. And I would say delusional also. And it would lead to false conclusion, or it is already changing our thinking pattern, because we tend to believe that there would be geoeconomic corridors and Pakistan would be a very prosperous country. First, we need to identify the problems are because we don't have geoeconomic corridors, our internal economy. So if the problem is internal economy, no amount of geoeconomic corridors are going to work because nobody is going to invest in your country because your own systems are not working. So once this phrase was coined, or this national security policy, I have big reservations also. The way things work in Pakistan, how democratic this thought process was. This was conceptualized in a particular setting under certain pressures to give certain signaling to certain actors. There was no thorough or academic work behind this. One fine morning, national security policy popped out and everybody became father of that national security policy. Everybody started owning that we wrote this chapter, we wrote this chapter. And the 3 or 4 like-minded government-sponsored think tanks, they were the only stakeholders in that. So it's not a critique, it's not about putting down somebody's work. This is affecting our national thought process and dangerously towards a negative trajectory, because we are not trying to address the root cause that our domestic economy is the main issue, not the geoeconomic corridors. So geopolitics, geoeconomics, I think it was a relevant debate that pivot to geoeconomics, that we need to shift from geopolitics to geoeconomics.
Right.
Has our geography changed? Our regional, the positives that are often projected, that we are at the crossroads or at the center or the pivot of Middle East, Central Asia, South Asia, this was always there. Why we couldn't capitalize on that? Now we have started to find arguments to justify, and we portray China as a model. What China did, first it strengthened its own economy, then it reached out, BRI, CPEC and everything. Look at Dubai model, look at India model. So if they have prospered economically and they're using geoeconomics, it's because of their own internal economic strength. So we are shying away from the real problem. We are misleading people that we need to move towards geoeconomics for prosperity without addressing the root cause. Are we ready to reduce our own expenses? Are we ready to put structural reforms domestically? So unless your own economy is strengthened, nobody is going to buy this argument of geo-economics.
Right.
So that's why this counter arguments needs to be understood,
Mm-hmm.
debated, discussed. I may be wrong. Thank you.
So it was more of a refutation, not a question. Thank you. So, lady to the right, please. And with this, we would conclude the session. So my apologies to the rest of the participants who are queued up, but this is going to be the last question for the session.
My name is Rabia Jamil from BS International Relations first semester. My question is towards Mr. Adam Weinstein. Sir, you said that why should the Western countries care about climate change? Well, historically, they are the significant contributors towards greenhouse gas emissions. Industrialization and development in these countries have led to higher emissions, which in turn contribute to global climate changes affecting countries like Pakistan. So how are these Western countries held accountable for their historical contributions to climate change and resulting non-traditional security threats such as floods, which are faced by Pakistan?
Okay, thank you. Since he's the gentleman is actually folding hands, so I'm going to take the request, please. Last question.
My name is Yasir Khan, student of International Relations, 5th semester at TAUSEEF University. So my question is to Adam Winston. We have to know, does non-traditional security threats have more importance than traditional security threats? For example, USA helped Pakistan in the days of 9/11 because USA was need Pakistan at that days. Do you think USA will help Pakistan today that Pakistan is suffering from climate catastrophes? Because these two are using non-traditional threats and traditional threats. They are both have same importance. So I just want to know your response.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So 3 of the questions are directed toward Adam. You want to go first, and then we would take a response to the refutation, ma'am.
Well, I just want to say, I think the last point that was made about the fact that if you don't have a productive economy, you can't take advantage of economic corridors and free trade agreements and so forth was excellent. You have to have a productive economy first to fully take advantage of geo-economics. But in terms of the questions I was asked, you asked me a very interesting question, and I actually think to do it justice, I'll have to think about it. I think you raise a good point that because the government budgets and the focus are often on traditional security threats and securitized threats, perhaps it makes sense to link things like climate change to that, because then at least they'll get attention. And I think that's a persuasive. Am I correct in that was kind of your argument? I think that's a persuasive argument, except that I'd say that I think securitizing these things has a tendency to backfire. I mean, look, for the last 20 years, we securitized human rights. How did that work out? I think sometimes when we securitize these non-traditional threats or issues that fall outside of traditional security matters, there can be a tendency to develop either models that aren't sustainable or models that are too linked to other security-driven initiatives, or those issues, such whether it's human rights or climate change, become window dressing for security initiatives that make it palatable to the general public, but they're not necessarily really taken seriously. Of course, I do understand that things like climate change and mass migration do implicate traditional security threats such as terrorism and things like that. I mean, I'm not going to deny that. I'm just simply arguing that I think we should address the threats like climate change for their own sake. I think they're threatening for their own sake. I think the other question was about the obligation that the West has in terms of carbon emissions. I mean, I agree with that wholeheartedly. I don't think I argued against that. I will say that to some degree, Pakistan imports its carbon footprint. Again, the remittances that are sent back from the Gulf, the IMF money, the loans, the concessional loans, this is not carbon neutral money. This is money that was produced with a carbon footprint. So to some degree, Pakistan is still part of this global system that has too big of a carbon footprint. But yes, the obligation is on the global north to reduce carbon emissions. I agree with that completely. And was there another question?
Would US provide us more money for climate?
You know, look, I don't speak for the U.S. government, and I think the U.S. is already, in some sense, being generous in terms of the funding that's going to climate resilience projects in Pakistan, and is already a very proactive partner. I think the more important question is, how is Pakistan going to use that money? And I go back to what I said in my initial presentation. Pakistan has curated a very compelling narrative about climate reparations, and many countries have made pledges. I think it remains to be seen whether those pledges are actually going to come through, which is why it's so important that Pakistan take the lead in terms of climate resilience. And I do truly believe that if Pakistan shows results and shows that it's serious about climate resilience, the money will come later.
It's a no. It's a no, okay? Yeah, so ma'am, would you like to respond? The last and final response.
Adil, I know your strategy by now. Draw the person out, be a bit controversial, and let's see how it works. I totally agree with you, Adil. Right? Okay. When I was prioritizing the geo-economics versus geopolitics, I did say, and if we really have to draw steps about what comes first, I think geo-economics is badly needed, or economics is badly needed. That's the writing on the wall. You cannot even develop a geopolitical or geostrategic outlook if you don't have sound economy. And to have the sound economy, the first priority step when you are trying to put or enlist what you need to do is putting the economy in order, the domestic economy in order. And that's precisely what I said. Go back to the drawing board and figure out what's needed the most. The first priority item is internal reforms, internal corrections, putting the economy in order, and only then go forward and do what you need to do. And only then you would even have takers of your narrative, what you want to sell. The cynic in me, or the cynicism that we have associated with economic corridors primarily stems from this very fact. And I truly believe that having CPEC passing through the length and a bit of width of Pakistan is nothing if we don't use it as a viable corridor that benefits us equally. Because already Pakistan is receiving a lot of geopolitical flack over this economic corridor. And we keep telling all heirs, home and abroad, that this is a necessity. But when we say the necessity, is this just a mantra that we are using? Or is it something that we actually internally and personally believe in? I think we do believe in it, but are we developing the capacity, meaning are we capacity deficient in utilizing this economic corridor that is passing through us? That's another question that I would like to pose here. So I think just having an economic corridor, ABC, whosoever has initiated that corridor, would mean nothing if you're not utilizing it. It's just like traveling on the motorway and coming across this perfect pit stop and having these small shops which are working to their capacity and more. So Pakistan really has to understand the opportunity that it has in hand. And this connectivity, coupled initially with solid economic, putting the house in order, reforms or actions, is the way forward. And yes, it's not only the pivot, it's also the zipping together of Pakistan with other economically viable zones. Otherwise, Pakistan will remain just a black hole in the middle, which everyone will move across, but not invest in. So we really have to figure out how to become part of the story rather than read the story. And that's precisely what I was saying here. Another aspect here is, when you talk about economic connectivity, you would have alliances during the Cold War as well. But look at the flavor and the tenor of those alliances, and then also compare them with the type of economic alliances that evolved, or economic groupings that evolved, which were not geographically, spatially based, but they were intra-spaced. Some of them were spatially connected, but not all of them. So that's the beauty of geo-economic connectivity, that you can go beyond your immediates. And I think there is a time when we eventually will have to overcome the conflict mantra, because there are a lot of potential conflicts. I mean, the points that have been raised by both the co-panelists provide us a lot of food and fodder for future conflict, that we keep on just harping alone on the traditional ones when they are not also getting resolved. So there's too much on the plate. And the only way that we can finish that plate or help lessen the burden on the plate is through sound economy.
Right.
That's part of the larger geoeconomic debate. Thank you.
Right. Thank you so much. So this,
If you allow
Yes,
me, I
please.
just have a.
Please, Dr. Tauseef.
I'll not take. So from the questions of the audience, I think it's an international relations
Yes.
forum. What I just want to leave the audience with the food for thought is that. So I'm a technologist in the presence of international relation experts, so felt a little bit misfit, but I think it's very, very critical that we take the technology aspect and look at the international relation implications of it. Some of the panelists mentioned brain drain, which is affecting Pakistan. That's fundamentally not due to just dissatisfaction with the Pakistani environment. It's the consumption of the resource that we're growing. If there's no consumption local, this is very loose resource. This is going to flow out. So, and similarly, collaborating with the international community on some of these global initiatives. If you're just looking at handouts for bailing us out from critical situations, that might be an immediate solution, but it's not the permanent solution. The permanent solution, as we move into an era of knowledge economy, technology intensive initiatives, the solutions to most of these non-traditional threats also lie in technology. So it's very critical that as students of international relations, we include some of these aspects in our discussion, as well as curriculum, as well as drafting some national policy. Without roadmaps, without a comprehensive technology roadmap, I don't think so. This is going to come naturally or organically grow. There has to be a strategy. What we have witnessed in the West, there have been very, very concerted, consistent efforts to develop technology. Unless for Pakistan also, we constitute a consistent and persistent approach to technology, it's not going to happen for
Right, right.
Thank you.
Over to the master of ceremony. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. I now request respected Sir Khalid Banouri to present souvenirs for honorable panelists. Dr. Salma Malik. Air Commodore TAUSEEF Rahman. Mr. Adam Weinstein. Thank you, everyone. With this, the session comes to a close. I will now request the Dean Faculty of Aerospace and Strategic Studies, Dr. Adil Sultan, to share his concluding thoughts with you all.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll not take much time. Uh, Please bear with me for another few minutes. I'll not take much time. I'm not going to recap the complete conference, but few words. The objective of this conference, that so much effort that we put in, and we requested our international guests also all the way, and they spent the whole day with us. We are really grateful, the Stimson team, Adam, you also. So the objective is to provide these different perspectives to our students. And it's up to you to make up your mind. How do you start thinking about these issues? There was a very interesting study recently, and I just picked up on Twitter last week, one of the UK university. So it talked that if you are overly optimistic about things, your decisions are likely to go wrong. But if you are critical and slightly pessimist, not pessimist in a negative trend, but if you're critical, your decisions are likely to go right. Okay. So what we did was we provided you different perspectives and we encourage you to think critically, objectively. So I didn't want to bring this Geo-Economics in the concluding because then it's the last word and Dr. Salma won't have the opportunity to respond. This is an ongoing debate, and the social scientists, we should continue to do these debates. The caution over here is if you see everything positively, optimistically, and you think it will go right, the chances are it will not go right. So you have to see things critically. So what we teach in your classes, what we discuss in the conferences, if I've talked about deterrence in the morning, I may be wrong. So you have to think critically whether these arguments hold good for South Asia, for Pakistan or not. Likewise, geopolitics and geoeconomics. And these are very important because the thought process that you take forward in your future careers as analyst or somewhere and the policy maker, it will make a difference. And that's one caution that I would leave. I'm not going to make a judgment about this, geoeconomics and geopolitics, that if you have a strategy which has not been debated, thrashed publicly, seen from all the angles, it can have a life of its own. It can be misleading also. It can lead to false expectations. Because the way we have used this geoeconomics narrative since national security policy, let me give you a simple example. At the household, what is your most essential thing to survive? It's just to earn first. Because if you will earn, you will eat. So economy is your fundamental. And then you start building your house, the security comes second. So what is so different that we are trying to resell this, repackage that, shift from geopolitics to geoeconomics? So economy remains the center point, but are we looking at the problem correctly? Or we are just creating those delusions that can lead to false studies, and think tanks, they love to do these kind of things, create something out of nothing. And that's how this life has become this narrative has become so strong that we are reluctant to look at what has gone wrong fundamentally in our domestic environment, in our institutions, infrastructure. We are just trying and hoping there would be a corridor once Afghanistan would stabilize, so we will start earning money. There would be a corridor once we will have good relations with India, and we will start earning money, and there would be a trade, and everything would be well. What if it doesn't happen? You continue to say geoeconomics, geopolitics, geo versus things. So those are the realities that you cannot shy away from that. But the ground realities is that what you can do is, you can put your own house in order. So at least you will have a base. And the most common argument, interdependencies. The geoeconomics create interdependency. Interdependencies are only possible once you have something to offer. If you don't have anything to offer, nobody is going to invest in your country. So I think we are looking at the problem from the wrong side. Nobody is denying geoeconomics is less important. Economics is the most important thing, but this pivot to geoeconomics is a misleading phrase. But that remains my contention, so you can disagree with that. Let me take this opportunity to just thank my team. This couldn't have been possible because, without the support of the faculty members. They went into each and every detail, made this a very successful event, and also to the youngsters. You were wonderful, marvelous, all of you. If you would have seen the social media campaign, and if you would have seen the presenters today, starting from the reception, from everything, it was perfect and as expected out of you. So keep doing a good work, and we will continue to hold such successful conferences in the future also. Thank you very much. Thank you.
हम जा रहे हैं 1 मिनट ये रखो इससे पहले कि इधर ही